Shalom, Israel. Most High in Christ blessed. Once again, my name is Brother Zerubbabel.
Ezra
Here,
Elazar.
hold on. Let me. All right, sorry about that. Start again. Shalom, Israel. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
And I'm Ezra Elazar.
We're with Children of Israel, and we are back once again on the Sabbath day to continue this lesson that we had started last week. The title of it is Know Ye Not That Ye Are the Temple of God. We started it out last Sabbath, going through some history, trying to give some understanding about the building of the tabernacle, the building of the first temple. Read through a lot of history, which is important in order for you to understand um, the temple. The third temple that's supposedly going to be built in this day and time. You got some that believe that it's an actual physical temple. We're going to show you through the precepts that it's not a physical temple, that is a spiritual temple, that it is a rebuilding of the nation of Israel, God's chosen people. So this third so-called temple that's going to be built in Jerusalem is a distraction, is more of a fallacy. It's a lie to keep the world from knowing what the true rebuilding of the temple really is. So we're going to continue on get right to it so that we could get through this lesson, because it is quite lengthy. Once again, there's a lot of reading. We're going to go through more history. We ended with the completion of the temple, of Solomon's temple. Now we're going to go into the history of the destruction of Solomon's temple by Nebuchadnezzar, which happened. Write this down. This happened in 586 BC. So these dates that we're giving you, make sure you write them down, keep them, somewhere for your knowledge, so that you can have an awareness of when these incidents or these situations happened back in the history. So Solomon's temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, who was the king of Babylon, back in 586 BC. So we're going to start off. We're going to go to the book of 2 Kings, chapter 20, and we're going to read through verses 12 through 17.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 20 and verse 12. And it says, at that time, Berodachapaladan, the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present unto Hezekiah, for he had heard that Hezekiah had been sick. And Hezekiah hearkened unto them, and showed them all the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold and the pieces and the precious ointments and the spices and the precious ointments and all the house of his armor and all that was found in his treasure. There was nothing in his house nor in all his dominion that Hezekiah showed them not. Then came Isaiah the prophet unto King Hezekiah and said unto him, what said these men? And from whence came they unto thee? And Hezekiah said, they are come from a far country, even from Babylon. And he said, what have they seen in thine house? And Hezekiah answered, all the things that are in my house have they seen. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not shown them. And Isaiah said unto him, Hezekiah, hear the word of the Lord. Behold, the days come that all that is in thine house, and that which thy fathers have laid upon in stone unto this day, shall be carried into Babylon. Nothing shall be left, saith the Lord.
So verse 17 actually says, behold, the days come that all that is in thine house, and that which thy fathers have laid up in store unto this day, shall be carried into Babylon. Nothing shall be left, saith the Lord. So this is what was going on. This is a problem with our people even today, that when our people, get something or they receive a blessing or whatever the case is, our people love to show off and brag about the things that they got, rather, just let it speak for itself. You know what I mean? Just possess it, just have it, just let it be. But a lot of our people, like to do that. I'll give you an example. I recently took a Lyft ride, and one of the drivers that had picked me up was a brother. He was a Judite, and in the midst of the ride, we're just holding conversation, and he's suddenly just starts going into, like how him and his wife, he's in the tech industry. He's been in the tech industry for, 20 some odd years. And his wife is a nurse, and, talking about how they came, moved to Sacramento from the Bay Area, and, about how they had paid for their home in the Bay Area, $500,000 back in the, early 2000s. And then they sold it for a little bit more than that. But if they kept, if they had held on to it, the house is now worth like $2 point something million. And I'm sitting in the back seat like, And
Mhm.
I'm what do you need to be telling me all this for? And he's like, yeah, I'm only driving, Lyft, I needed to get some outside time because I work from home, and I didn't have much interaction with people, and so giving me this excuse of why he's driving, which I don't care. I'm like, dude, I just need to get from point A to point B. I'm
Right.
just trying to get there. But he just kept going in and in, like, yeah, we make a six figures income, to both of us together, and just giving their whole financial history of and he was driving a one of those new Volkswagen SUV electric vehicles. It was a nice vehicle, nice car. Um, you know what I mean? But it was just like, man, what is wrong with our people? You know what
Right.
I mean? It's like this is the only conversation you can have. There's so much going on with our people, and this is all you can think about and talk about is the material things that you've got in this life. Nothing about our people getting shot down in the streets, nothing about our people, living tragic lives, living in oppression, nothing. And then
Right.
I started to go in, and I was, I'm not even going to say anything. I just want to hurry up and get to where I got to go so I can, get home. But this is the same thing that's going on here. That King Hezekiah made a mistake. That Berodach Baladan, who, the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, he has sent these letters to Hezekiah. Basically Hezekiah was sick, and sent these messengers, and he went and showed these messengers everything he had in his kingdom, all the gold, all the silver, everything, all the ointments, the spice, his armor, everything. What do you think these people were doing while he's showing them? That's why you got to be real circumspect, as the scriptures tell us. Be careful who you bring into your house, because you could bring the wrong person into your house, and you're showing them around, and they're looking at your house like, you know what, man, I can't wait till they leave so I can come and break in. And the next thing you know, your house is getting broken into, and you don't even know who did it, not knowing that it was the person that you trusted to show the stuff to, in some cases. But that's what Hezekiah did. He took these guys, these strangers, and showed them everything in the house. And that's what's going on when Isaiah says, then came Isaiah, verse 14, then came Isaiah the prophet unto King Hezekiah, said unto him, what said these men, and from whence came they unto? He's like, who are these dudes? Where they come from? Well, what are they talking? You know how our people are. What are they talking about? What they got to say? And Hezekiah said, they are come from a far country, even from Babylon. And, he's like, they came from Babylon. Verse 15 says, and he said, what have they seen in thine house? So Isaiah is like, so what did they see? What did you show them? And Hezekiah answered, all the things that are in my house have they seen. There is nothing among my treasure that I have not showed them. He's like, I showed them everything. I didn't hold nothing back, so he was bragging, showing everything he had. But what did Isaiah say to him? Verse 16, and Isaiah said unto Hezekiah, hear the word of the Lord. Behold, the days come that all that is in thine house, in that which thy fathers have laid up in store unto this day, shall be carried into Babylon. Nothing shall be left, saith the Lord. So this was the prophecy that Isaiah gave to King Hezekiah, that for you being a fool, showing off and bragging, you're going to lose it all. They're going to come take everything from you. Everything's going to get taken into Babylon. He said, nothing shall be left. And he said, saith the Lord. So it wasn't just Isaiah saying it. It was the Lord speaking to him through Isaiah. So, as I said, this is a problem even today in Israel. But this is one of those situations that got us into trouble that we're still dealing with today. You know what I mean? That one of our forefathers made the mistake of trying to show off, trying to brag, trying to, be the man, and got his entire kingdom um, taken into captivity. Um, let's go to 2 Kings 24 and 10 through 13. So let's find out a little bit more about what happened and how we ended up going into captivity in Babylon.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 24, verse 10. It says, at that time, the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up against Jerusalem, and the city was besieged. And Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came against the city, and his servants did besieged it. And Jehoiakim, the king of Judah, went out to the king of Babylon, he and his mother and his servants and his princes and his officers, and the king of Babylon took him in the 8th year of reign. And he carried out thence all the treasures of the house of the Lord and the treasures of the king's house, and cut in pieces all the vessels of gold which Solomon king of Israel had made in the temple of the Lord, as the Lord had said.
So this is the prophecy now coming true. So King Hezekiah wasn't king anymore. It was now King Jehoiakim was now king, and Nebuchadnezzar and his army came in, and everything that Isaiah had told Hezekiah came true. They carried all the treasures away. Not only did they take the treasures, but they took the king and his family and his servants, everything. So everything that, that Solomon had put into the temple got taken into Babylon. The Babylonians possessed it. Let's go to Jeremiah 52 and 12 through 19.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 52 and verse 12. Now in the 5th month, in the 10th day of the month, which was the 19th year, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Nebuzar.
Read it again so that the way you're reading it's going to take it out of context.
Now in the 5th month, in the 10th day of the month, which was the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Nebuzaradan. Came Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, which served the king of Babylon, into Jerusalem, and burned the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all the house of Jerusalem, and all the house of the great men burnt he with fire. And all the army of the Chaldeans that were with the captain of the guard break down all the walls of Jerusalem round about.
So you can see what's going on here. They came in and they burned down the house of the Lord. They burned the temple down. They, not only did they take everything out of the temple, not only did they take the king, but they burned down our temple. Go ahead.
Then Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried away captive a certain of the poor of the people, and a residue of the people that remained in the city. And those that fell away, that fell to the king of Babylon, and the rest of the multitude. But Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, left certain of the poor of the land for vine dressers and for husbandry.
So some of the people he took some of the poor people into Babylon, and he left a remnant of the poor people in the land in order for them to do the work, such as vine dressers and for husbandmen. Husbandry just basically means farming. They were left there to do the farming. Go ahead.
Also, the pillars of brass that were in the house of the Lord, and the basins, and the basin sea that was in the house of the Lord, the Chaldeans break and carried all the brass of them to Babylon. the cauldrons also, and the shovels, and the snuffers, and the valves, and the spoons, and the vessels of brass wherewith the ministers took they away
So it's actually in the bowls. So they
in the
took the
bowl.
bowls and the spoons, everything. They didn't leave nothing. The brass, gold, silver, silverware, everything. They took it. Go ahead.
And the basins, and the fire pans, and the bowls, and the cauldrons, and the candlesticks, and the spoons, and the cups, that which was of gold in gold, and that which was of silver in silver, took the captain of the guard away.
All right. So we can see, what was happening. Isaiah gave the prophecy after Hezekiah messed up, showed off everything. He told them everything was going to get taken into Babylon. And that is exactly what happened. All right. So now, what happened? How did we get released from Babylon? How did we get to the point to where we were able to, to rebuild the temple? Let's go to Second Chronicles 36 and 22 through 23.
The book of Second Chronicles, chapter 36 and verse 22. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord spoke by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth hath the Lord God of the heavens given me, and he hath charged me to build him an house in Jerusalem, which is in Judea. Who is there among you of all his people? The Lord his God be with him, and let him go up.
So it was when Cyrus came into power. So remember, after the Babylonians came the Persians and Medes into power. So when the Persians and Medes came into power after the Babylonians, they had a king by the name of Cyrus, which was prophesied to be the one to come and give liberty to the Israelites. So he is the one that, basically gave the first proclamation for the temple to be rebuilt. Grab Isaiah 44 and 28.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 44 and verse 28. That saith of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasures, even saying to Jerusalem, thou shalt be built, and to the temple thy foundation shall be laid.
So it was the Most High dealing with Cyrus, putting it, in his spirit in order to give us the liberty, give our people the liberty to rebuild the temple and rebuild, Jerusalem up again. But as we go on, you're going to see that it wasn't an easy task, that it didn't happen right away. It took a little bit of time. One, because the other nations were hindering the building. And two, also part of the laziness of Israel, too. It was a combination of both. But let's go to the book of Ezra, chapter 1 and 1. You're going to read through verse 11. So wait, we went to there. Forgot to change it. So the book of Ezra.
The book of Ezra, chapter 1 and verse 1. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all the kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus say Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven hath given me all the kingdom of the earth, and he had charged me to build him an house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel, he is the God which is in Jerusalem. And whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourneth, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with beasts, besides the free will offering for the house of God that is in Jerusalem. Then rose up the chief of the fathers of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and the Levites, with all them whose spirit God had raised to go up to build a house of the Lord which is in Jerusalem. And all they that were about them strengthened their hands with vessels of silver, with gold, with goods, and with beasts, and with precious things, besides all that was willingly offered. Also Cyrus the king brought forth the vessels of the house of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had brought forth out of Jerusalem, and had put them in the house of his gods. Even those did Cyrus king of Persia bring forth by the hand of Mithredath the treasurer, and numbered them unto Sheshbazzar the priest of Judah. And this is the number of them: 30, 30 chargers of gold, and 1,000 chargers of silver, 29 knives, 30 basins of gold, silver, basins of a second sort, 410, and other vessels of thousands. All the vessels of gold and of silver were 5,400. All these did Sheshbazzar bring up with them of the captivity that were brought upon from Babylon unto Jerusalem.
So all of this stuff was brought up from Babylon, or actually was taken from Jerusalem and taken to Babylon, but under Cyrus, it was all brought back. All right. So you can see it was quite a bit of stuff. Talking about, vessels of gold and silver. There was over 5,000, 5,000 pieces of it. So you're talking about, a lot of our riches taken away. And who knows who's got control of it now. I'm sure Esau probably got it. They probably got all this stuff hidden in the Vatican somewhere.
In the basement in the Vatican.
Yeah, one of these basements or something. Got all our stuff there. Let's go to the book of Ezra, chapter 3, and verse 8 through 13.
The book of Ezra, chapter 3 and verse 8. Now in the second year of their coming unto the house of God at Jerusalem, in the second month, began Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Josadak, and the remnant of their brethren, the priests and the Levites, and all they that were come out of the captivity unto Jerusalem, and appointed the Levites from 20 years old and upward to set forth the work of the house of the Lord. Then stood Jeshua with his son and his brethren, Kadmiel and his son, and the sons of Judah, together to set forward the workmen in the house of God, the sons of Henadad with their sons and their brethren, the Levites. And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, they set the priests in their apparel with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, to praise the Lord after the ordinance of David, king of Israel. And they sang together by chorus in praising and giving thanks unto the Lord, because he is good, for his mercy endureth forever towards Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid.
Now, this is important because this is why there is little understanding in the Christian churches when they try and say it's all about Jew and Gentile today, that anybody can be grafted in, anybody could be a child of God. Verse 11 says, and they sang together by chorus and praising and giving thanks unto the Lord, because he is good, for his mercy endureth forever toward Israel.
Mhm.
His mercy endures forever towards his people, his chosen people, his chosen land, the Israelites. And somehow, some way, all of this gets lost when it comes to the Catholic, not just the Catholic Church, but the Christian churches. Um, where were you at? Verse 12.
Verse 12.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 12. But many of the priests and Levites and chief of the fathers, who were ancient men, that had seen the first house when the foundation of this house was laid before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many out, shouted aloud for joy, so that the people could not discern the noise of the shout of the joy from the noise of the weeping of the people. For the people shouted with a loud shout, and the noise was heard afar off.
So, of course, our people are excited. You know, our people are loud. Um, we're naturally a loud people, and there's just, you know, a few of our people that are very introverted and, you know, very quiet kept. But overall, as a people, our people are loud. You know, we talk loud. Everything we do is loud. And so, when these other nations heard all that noise, they got away like, what's going on? But we'll get to that though. Let's go to Ezra 4 1 through 6. Let's see what happens.
The book of Ezra, chapter 4, and verse 1. Now, when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity built the temple unto the Lord God of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel and to the chief of the fathers, and said unto them, Let us build with you, for we seek your God as ye do, and we do sacrifice unto him since the days of Esarhaddon, king of Assur, which brought us up hither.
So
But
you
the
got to remember that at one point the Israelites were taken out of the land and replaced with another people. I believe it was during the Assyrian captivity, when the northern kingdom went in. Um, so what we see going on here is that some of these people were still dwelling in the land. They were still inhabiting the land. And it also happened, you know, with the Babylonians. Also, the Babylonians took our people out and replaced our people with some of their own people. So what we see going on is that these people that were still in the land heard everything going on with Israel starting to rebuild. And, you know, um, if you've seen the movie Malcolm X with Denzel Washington, and Malcolm X was on this college campus. He was going to go do like a speech or something at it was pretty much an all Caucasian college campus. And, you know, a couple of, you know, the Edomites came up to him and was like, hey, you know, babe, we love what you're doing. We love your message. What can we do to help? And he looked at them and said, nothing, and kept it moving. Like, you can't do anything. So it's the same thing here. They're coming like, hey, we want to come build with you guys. We want to come help. What can we do? And Zerubbabel and them was like, nothing. you can't do anything. There's nothing you can do. Read verse 3.
verse 3. But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said unto them, Ye have nothing to do with us to build an house unto our God.
So you ain't got nothing to do with us building a house to our God. That's for us to do. Read.
But we ourselves together will build unto the Lord God of Israel, as King Cyrus the king of Persia had commanded us.
So now let's put this into perspective as to what's going on today. Back then, our people were trying to rebuild the physical temple. In the midst of trying to rebuild the temple, you had the other nations coming and trying to hinder the building. Well, they wanted to join in first, and then when they weren't allowed to, then what happens? They get mad. Now, let's put that into perspective of today. You have our brothers out on the streets teaching. They're trying to rebuild the Lord's temple, trying to rebuild the congregation of Israel, trying to bring them back together. And then what happens? There's always some Edomite or, some body of another nation that comes up and oh yeah, I love what you're saying, love what you're doing. How could I be a part of this? And then when they're told like, oh, this isn't for you, what happens? Do they not get mad, start going off? All of a sudden now you're a racist. You're not preaching the truth. You're preaching hate. And then they want to start arguing and yelling and screaming. And then as people are walking by, don't listen to them. They're liars. They're not preaching the truth. And in some cases, they'll even go call the cops. They're out here preaching hate. Send them away. That's the hindering that's happening today during the rebuilding of the temple. And we'll get to that later on in the lesson. But we just want to point that out, that the same thing is going on today. The temple is being rebuilt, and there are those of the other nations that see the temple being rebuilt. They see the Israelites out there with joyfulness and gladness of heart, trying to awaken their people, and they want to come and try and be a part of it. But when they're told they can't handle it, they get mad, and then they do what these people did. They want to do everything they can to hinder the rebuilding of God's people. But let's go ahead and read on, though. Go ahead, verse 4.
Verse 4, then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah and troubled them in building.
So it says, then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah and troubled them in building. They troubled us. They started to mess with us, trying to come and fight with us, trying to start trouble to keep us from building the temple. Go ahead and read.
And hired counselors against them to frustrate their purpose all the days of Cyrus, king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius, king of Persia.
So you're talking about a long time that they did everything they could to hinder the building of the temple. Cyrus had already been dead and gone, and a new king, King Darius, came into power, and they were still trying to hinder it. Go ahead.
And in the reign of Hazarias, in the beginning of his reign, wrote they unto him an accusation against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem.
So they started making up stuff, coming up with all kind of accusations and, trying to cause trouble to get the Israelites in trouble with the king. Let's continue on. That's why this is why it's important to read, so you could get this history and get true understanding of what was going on in the Bible. All right, let's go to Ezra 4:7 through 24. Let me know if you get tired. I'll read some.
Okay. In the book of Ezra, chapter 4 and verse 7. And in the days of Taxerxes.
Oh, Artaxerxes.
Oh, I missed the A. Yeah. And in the days of Artaxerxes, wrote Bishlam. And these names are super hard for me. Bishlamithridath, Tabel, and the rest of their companions unto Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And the writing of the letters was written in the Syrian tongue and interpreted in the Syrian tongue. Rehum, the chancellor, and Shimshai, the scribe, wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes, the king of the sword.
So you can see these people are doing everything they can to bring accusations against Israel to Artaxerxes, who was the king. All right, so it's gonna tell you what was written in the letter that they wrote to the king. All right, go ahead.
Then wrote Rehum, the chancellor, and Shimshai the scribe, and the rest of their scribes, and the rest of their companions, the Dianites, the Aphrasatchites,
Selkites,
and right,
the Tarpelites.
Tarpalites, the Arphaxites, the Arshivites, and Babylonians, the Susanchites, the Devites, and the Elamites, and the rest of the nations whom the great and noble as uh, as Nap as Napar brought over, and set in the cities of Samaria and the rest that are on this side of the river, and at such time. This is the copy of the letter that they sent unto him, even unto Artaxerxes, the king. The servants, the men on this side the river, at such time. Be it known unto the king that the Jews which come up from thee to us are come unto Jerusalem, building the rebellious and the bad city, and have set up the walls thereof and joined the foundations.
So isn't that the same thing they're trying to do to us today? They're accusing the Israelites, those rebellious, these bad people, these bad men, these black Hebrew Israelites out there on the corners teaching, trying to come up with derogatory terms, that this is what they've always done and hindering us in rebuilding. Go ahead.
Being known now unto the king that if this city be built and the wall set up again, then will they not pay toll, tribute, and custom, and so thou shalt damage the revenue of the kings.
So it's no different today. You allow these men to stand out there on the corners and preach this awful doctrines, these lies. They're going to wake their people up, and they're not going to want to pay taxes. They're not going to want to work. They're not going to want to do, anything that the king, that America tells us to do. It's the same thing. It's just in modern times. Go ahead.
No, because we have maintenance from the king's place, and it was not met for us to see the king's dishonor. Therefore, have we sent and certified the king that search may be made in the book of the records of the fathers. So shalt thou find in the book of the record, and know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful unto kings and providences, and that they have moved sedition with the same of old time, for which cause was this city destroyed.
So we've always been against the other nations. That's why he's saying this is a rebellious city, hurtful unto kings and provinces, in that they have moved sedition within the same of old time. We're doing the same thing today. As we're waking up, it's a revolutionary movement. That's the same thing that Israel has always done. Our laws, statutes, and commandments have always gone against the norm of the other nations. And that's the same thing that's going on today. The laws of God goes against the norms of America. God says homosexuality is a sin. America says it's okay. God says a man marrying a man and a woman marrying a woman is not okay. America says it's okay. God says there's only one way for you to divorce your wife or husband. America says you could divorce them for any reason you want. America says you could be promiscuous. You could have all the boyfriends, girlfriends, and anything that you want. God says marriage is honorable and all, in the bed undefiled. So everything that America and the other nations push goes against what God pushes, what God says in the scriptures. And when we start to follow what God says and go against the norm, there has always been pushback from the other nations. And we're going to get it today. When you decide that you don't want to keep Christmas anymore, you don't want to keep Halloween, you don't want your kids to go to school and participate in these pagan holidays and rituals anymore, you're going to get, a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Kickback. What's the word? Huh?
Resistance.
Yeah, you're going to get resistance from, the other kids at school, their parents, your friends at work, the people that are around you, even your own family members and things like that, because they want to continue in the traditions of America. But we've always been looked at as a rebellious people. What you're looking at now is a rebellion. We're rebelling against the norms of America and the rest of the world by teaching the laws of God. God says, thou shalt not kill. But what's going on every day in America and all throughout the world? There's stealing going on everywhere. Even in the upper echelons of American society, these corporations are built on greed, and stealing from the masses basically is what they're doing. You have people in the upper echelons of government that are committing fraud, insider trading, and all kinds of stuff like that going on. So thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. America don't really, they play the game and play the part that they're against it. And but reality, if America didn't want all the killing, you think they would have, you would think that they would stop all the violent movies, stop the production of all the violent video games, stop the production of these violent lyrics in the music. But they don't, because they condone it. They're with it. They try and pretend like they're not, but they're going along with it because they know that it destroys the Israelites. It destroys our people, keeps us in sin, keeps us going against our God. So we've always been looked at as a rebellious people. And even more so today, as we wake up, more and more Israelites, and you see this rebellion going on, things are going to get worse. Just like you see here, it got worse and worse. The more they wanted to build, the more resistance they got. All right. Where are you at? Verse 15 or 16?
16.
All right.
Verse 16. We're certified the king that if this city be built again and the walls thereof set up, by this means thou shalt have no portion on this side the river.
So if you allow them to build and this city gets rebuilt, then you're not going to be able to control them, is basically what's going on. Just like today, with like the FBI and the COINTELPRO with J. Edgar Hoover, that the worst thing that he said America could do is allow the blacks in America to unify, let alone the blacks, the so-called blacks, the Native Americans and Hispanics to unify together. Now you're really in trouble.
Right.
There is no way they could allow us to unify, because once they allow us to unify, they have no control over us. They can't control us. There's nothing that they can do that could, instill fear in us to keep us from bowing to their demands. All right, go ahead and read on.
Then said the king and answer unto Rehum the chandler, and to the Shimshai the scribe, and to the rest of their companions that dwelt in Samaria, and unto the rest beyond the river, peace, and at such a time. The letter which he sent unto us had been plenty read before me.
Plainly read.
Plainly read before me. And I commanded, and search had been made, and it is found that this city of old time had made insurrection against kings, and that rebellion and sedition have been made therein.
So listen to these words. These are the same words you hear today: insurrections, insurrectionists, rebellion, sedition. All of these terms, you still hear the same terms today in regards to our people. Um, the acting out and rioting and looting, nothing's changed. Our people have been doing this since way back then. Go ahead, though.
It says, there have been mighty kings also over Jerusalem, which have ruled over all countries beyond the river, and toll, tribute, and custom was paid unto them.
So he's reminding them of the history that, this people, they used to have some powerful kings. They used to control everything. They used to make the other nations pay tolls and tributes and customs. Like you don't want them to rebuild. You don't want these people to get that power back. That's what America is scared of. America knows our history. They know who we really come from. They know that we are the children of King David and King Solomon, and and so on. They know that we're the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They know we're the children of the 12 tribes of Israel. And they're going to do everything they can to hamper the rebuilding of our people. Go ahead.
Verse 21.
Oh, no. It was just going to verse 20, right? No, 24.
24.
24. Go ahead.
Right. Verse 21. Give ye now commandment to cause these men to cease, and that this city be not built until another commandment shall be given from me. Take heed now that ye fail not to do this. Why should damage grow to the hurt of the kings? Now, when the copy of the king Artaxerxes' letter was read before Rehum and Shimei the scribe and their companions, they went up in haste to Jerusalem unto the Jews and made them to seize by force and power.
So listen to that. It says they went up in haste, meaning they were in a hurry. They didn't wait to Jerusalem unto the Jews and made them cease by force and power. So in other words, they sent the armies out to fight against them, to stop them from building. And they're going to do the same thing here. They're already doing it. People call the police show up, but it's going to get worse. It's going to get way worse for our people. The more of our people that wake up, the more the Israelite movement gets thrown into the mainstream. Oh man, this is making me think about this video I watched yesterday. It upset me. Let me see if I can find this. Give me a second. Because some of our people, man, there's a lot of them on here, but I'm looking for the most recent one that just popped up in the news yesterday. Is this it? Um, Let me see if this might be it. No, this is an old one. Man, it just popped up. I should have oh, is this it? No, this was from 3 years ago. Come on. Yeah, this is it. But the video that I saw was actually an Edomite that you could tell he was mad, but it upset me seeing this, and you know the reason why. But let me share the screen real quick. Um, this is the problem with Israel, is that Israel just gets too pumped up with pride for their own good, and do stupid stuff like this, thinking they're being funny, thinking they're being cute, standing out there on the streets. But all they're doing is causing problems.
There's no audio.
No, this guy is, now he is a coon, though. Don't get me wrong. This dude, this so-called Officer Tatum,
There's no audio though.
why is this happening? This is crazy. Yeah, you don't even have to hear the audio, bro. Let me get to it. Now it didn't show which group it was. That's the one thing I kept trying to figure out which camp it was that was doing this. This time, because there's multiple camps, that there's a lot of videos of camps doing this, of camps out on the streets, having these Edomites get down on their hands and knees and kiss their boots.
Right.
Which again goes to show that our people don't listen to the Most High, that they always want to take it upon themselves, because he says, wait ye upon me. Grab Revelation 3:9.
Book of Revelation, chapter 3 and verse 9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
So he says that I will cause them to come and worship before thy feet, not you guys. See, this is why we're in trouble today, because our people do not listen to the scriptures. which is plain and clear. He says, wait you upon me. He says, vengeance is mine. He says, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet. Read it one more time. He's going to read it again. You're not going to hear nothing about you guys go out on the streets and make them get down on their hands and knees and kiss your feet. Go ahead.
Says, behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
Yeah, I like this. I love this verse.
Right.
Because that lets you know that these Jews that are over there in Jerusalem pretending to be us got a rude awakening coming to them. But we got to get ourselves right first. We got to stop blaming everybody else and, and trying to go out and get vengeance for ourselves just to get views and clicks on social media. You're going to disregard what the Messiah says just so you can look cool on video, making these Edomites get down on their hands and knees and kiss your boots. Now, this story was in the mainstream media. I clicked on Yahoo News yesterday, and what popped up was a video of it was an Edomite that was he was mad about it. You know, who cares if he's mad about it? But on the other hand, we better care, because you're awakening a sleeping giant when there's no need to. You're bringing eyes to our movement that we don't need to have on us yet, because there's still a lot of our people that need to get woken up. All you're doing is causing the enemy to see what's going on and go, wait a minute, these dudes are still out here on the streets doing this stuff. You're gonna cause the enemy to enact laws sooner than what they need to, or what should be happening, to hinder us from going out on the streets teaching. To send the police to hinder us from teaching. The National Guard from going out on the streets patrolling and saying, you see any of them Israelites on the streets teaching, round them up. We already know that stuff like this is going to happen. But why are you going to do stupid stuff like this in order for it to happen sooner than what it should happen, when we've got a lot of work to do? This shows the immaturity of some of the brothers that are out on the streets teaching. There are some of our people that are out on the streets teaching that got no business being out there teaching, when they're doing some of the things like the situation in front of the Lincoln Memorial that got brought into the public light. A lot of these stories are casting a negative light on the Israelite movement. You're causing the truth to be evil spoken of because of your immature actions, because you're being silly. You're acting like children, you're acting like a child. All the giggling, the laughing, and thinking it's funny and ha ha ha. That's how our people are. This is what we're reading about King Hezekiah. Our people haven't changed, still wanting to get noticed, still wanting to be seen. Yeah, some Edomites got down on their hands and knees and kissed your boots, but you still just a nigga to them. You're still in captivity. You're still living in their kingdom. They got up off the ground after kissing your boots and probably went home to their $1 million home and, still, driving their nice cars and living the life. While your people are still struggling. While you were taking the time to have these people get down on their hands and knees and kiss your boots, meanwhile, your people are walking by left and right, needing to be spoken to, needing to be preached to, needing to be woken up. but they're not because you're too busy playing games on the corner. That it is what it is. And it's got to stop some of this foolishness. It's got to. But we're not digressing because this has a lot to do with what we're reading about. The other nations always have come against us with force and with power. Why provoke them? We already know they're going to come against us just for the simple fact that we're out here trying to rebuild. So now, imagine our brothers, our forefathers back then building the temple, and a group of our forefathers leaving the building of the temple to go into the city of one of these other nations and walking through the city going, ha, we're rebuilding our wall. Huh? We're rebuilding the temple. You guys ain't got nothing to do. You guys can't do nothing about it. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Imagine our people doing that. Laughing, thinking it's funny. Oh, when we get our temple rebuilt, you guys, it's over for you guys. It's over for y'all. They kept it simple. You know what? No, you can't do anything to help us building our temple. This is our work. We got to do this for our God. And left it at that. Edomites come up to your camp. And that's one of the things you're starting to see. You're starting to see more Edomites hanging out at some of these camps in these videos than our people hanging out at the camps in the videos. Meanwhile, you're sitting here arguing back and forth with Esau when your people are walking by left and right in the background being ignored because you got your focus on trying to put on a show so you could get clicks and views on YouTube because you're blasting Esau with the scriptures when it's not for him. Even Christ ignored the woman. Even our forefathers had enough sense to just simply say, hey, you know what? This isn't for you to do. And kept it pushing. But it seems like it's just something hard for our people to do today, to just keep it simple. Be like, hey, you know what? This isn't for you. We're out here for our people, and keep preaching to your people and ignore them. And if they get mad, they get mad. Ignore them. Our people need to be woken up. But you're seeing, 30-minute, hour-long videos of our brothers out in the streets going back and forth in dialogue with people of the other nations for nothing, because you're not going to convince them. You know what I mean? They're not going to join you. Unless you're certain particular camps that allow Edomites into their or other nations and Edomites into their camps, but the majority of the camps don't. So you're not going to have them come join you. So why are you wasting your breath? Why are you wasting your time and energy going back and forth with them? Oh, I already said it, because you want views. You want that vainglory. That's what it comes down to. You want to be able to put out a good video that says, yeah, we was blasting Esau. Devil came up to the camp and got cut, got slayed. All these exotic titles that they're putting up on their YouTube pages, just so they could get clicks and views. It's silly. It's I don't know.
Right.
It's just got to stop. It's got to stop. So what we're reading about, number one, is that the nations were coming against Israel to keep us from rebuilding the temple. We read about the letters that were wrote by the king. They wrote to the king making accusations against Israel. And then what ended up happening, the king ordered the work to cease. All right. So we're going to continue on. Let's go to Nehemiah chapter 2 and verses 12 through 20. You want me to
Before we
read it?
go,
You all right?
we needed to finish verse 24.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Then ceased the work of the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. So it ceased unto the 2nd year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia.
So you can see they were able to make the work cease, then cease the work of the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. So it ceased unto the 2nd year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter.
No. I was going to say so. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to say. Do you think the Most High is sitting up there looking down and happy with what he sees going on from our camps and camp leaders? He's not. And do you think he would not allow that to happen again? Like, you know what? They're down there being some boneheads. I'm just going to, you know what? Let's see how they do. Let's see what their end will be. They're going to awaken the sleeping giant. You know, it's their own fault. So I'm just going to sit back and see what happens and allow the other nations to come and hinder us from building. It's the Most High allowing it to happen, just like he did then. Police showing up to camps. Vocab Malone and his cronies showing up to camps to try and hinder the building. All these other Christian apologetics, all these other Christian pastors that are now popping up at camps. How did this happen? Because of the foolishness of one particular camp wanting to go and go to these churches and blast the churches outside their facilities, and and caused a lot of this. You reap what you sow. Just go out and do the work. Stop trying, you know what I mean? It's like, stop trying to seek vainglory in the process, because that's what it is. And in the process, you're bringing a lot of negativity to the movement that we don't need. There's just food for thought. You know what I mean? There's too much work to be done. And it's like some of them are out there and, they're diligent in the work. They're doing it. And then they do something foolish. And that one foolish act can set them back. They take one step forward, and then that one foolish act could take them 10 steps back. Like I said, it's just food for thought. It's just like, come on, Israel. But go ahead and read.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 2 and verse 12. It says, "And I arose in the night, I and some few men with me, neither told I any man what my God had put in my heart to do at Jerusalem, neither was there any beast with me, save the beast that I rode upon. And I went out by night by the gate of the valley, even before the dragon well, and to the dung port, and viewed the walls of Jerusalem, which were broken down, and the gates thereof were consumed with fire. Then I went on to the gate of the fountain, and to the king's pool, but there was no place for the beast that was under me to pass. Then went I up in the night by the brook, and viewed the wall, and turned back, and entered by the gate of the valley, and so returned. And the rulers knew not whither I went or what I did, neither had I as yet told it to the Jews, nor to the priests, nor to the nobles, nor to the rulers, nor to the rest that did the work. Then said I unto them, Ye see the distress that we are in, how Jerusalem lieth waste, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire. Come, and let us build up the wall of Jerusalem, that we be no more a reproach. Then I told them of the hand of my God, which was good upon me, as also the king's words that he had spoken unto me. And they said, Let us rise up and build. So they strengthened their hands for this good work. But when Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonites, and Gesem the Arabian heard it, they laughed us to scorn and despised us and said, What is this thing that ye do? Would you rebel against the king? Then answered I them and said unto them, The God of heaven, he will prosper us. Therefore we will
We his servants.
we his servants will arise and build, but ye have no portion, nor right, nor memorial in Jerusalem.
So listen to what he's telling them. What were they doing? These other nations, just like when we're out on the streets teaching, you have these other nations going out laughing and, and despising us. As he says, they laughed us to scorn. We have the same thing going on today. But did he get mad and start going off and, get down and kiss my boots? God is going to kill you. God is good. God hates you. You know what I mean? That's not what he did. He just said, Then answered I them and said unto them, The God of heaven, he will prosper us. Therefore we his servants will arise and build, but ye have no portion, nor right, nor memorial in Jerusalem. We got to follow somewhat of the blueprint of our forefathers. They weren't standing out in the corners acting like you seeing a lot of our brothers acting today, acting immaturish and childish. They weren't doing that. They were acting like men. They were acting like grown men, mature men out there speaking the word of the Lord, trying to wake their people up and get them to build, get them to do the work, get them to keep the commandments. It was no joking matter. It was not, no time to be out there, cracking jokes, cursing, putting on a curse show, entertaining. He just simply is telling you know what? Our God is going. He's got us. He's gonna take care of us. But for you've got, this isn't for you. And keep it pushing. Just keep it moving. He didn't sit there going, through no big, long, drawn out argument back and forth with them. And because he knew if I sit here going back and forth with them, they're going to go run into the king. And the king's going to come right back and he's going to send some soldiers and they're going to, want to fight with us and they're going to hinder the building. Let's read a little bit more about it. Let's go to the book of Ezra, chapter 5 and 1 through 17. Read some more. Because
the book of it.
What happened afterwards is that Israel ended up writing a letter to Darius and telling him like, hey, look, King Cyrus is the one that gave us permission to do what we're doing. Why don't you go look in your archives, find that letter, and you will see that what we're doing was by commandment of one of your kings. We're not doing nothing wrong. So after, all was said and done, that's what Darius had to do. That's what we're going to read about here in Ezra 5. Go ahead.
The book of Ezra, chapter 5 and verse 1. Then the prophets, Haggai and the prophet of Zechariah, the son of Iddo, prophesied unto the Jews that were in Jerusalem, in Judea and Jerusalem, in the name of God of Israel, even unto them. Then rose up Zerubbabel, the son of Zelatiel, and Jeshua, the son of Josadak, and began to build the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. And with them were the prophets of God helping them. At the same time came to them Tatnai, governor of this side the river, and Shetar Boznai and their companions, and said unto them, who had commanded you to build this house and to make up this wall? Then said we unto them after this manner, what are the name of the men that make this building? But the eye of their God was upon the elder of the Jews, that they could not cause them to cease till the matter came to Darius. And then they return answer by letter concerning this matter. The copy of the letter that Tatnal, governor of this side the river, and Shethar-boznai and his companions, the Aphrodites, which were on this side the river, sent unto Darius the king. They sent a letter unto him wherein was written thus: Unto Darius the king, all peace. Be it known unto the king that we went into the province of Judea to the house of the great God, which is built with the great stone, and timber is laid in the wall, and this work goeth fast on, and prospereth in their hands.
So they're like, man, we went by this thing and we see them out there building. They got the stones up. They got walls built already. Man, they're putting this thing up together fast. Like when we drive by,
Right.
they're building like a new restaurant or something in town, and you drive by one day and, they're just laying the foundation. And then it seems like not even a couple of weeks later, you go by and they've already got the walls built up. They've got, basically almost completed. And you're like, man, they threw this thing up quick. That's what was going on there. They're like, man, this thing is going up fast. You need to do something. Go ahead, though.
Then asked we those elders, and said unto them thus, who commanded you to build this house and to make up these walls? We asked their names also to certify thee, that we might write the name of men that were the chief of them. And thus they returned us answer, saying, we are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and build a house that was built these many years ago, which a great king of Israel built and set up. But after that our father had provoked the God of heaven unto wrath, he gave them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the Chaldeans, who destroyed this house and carried the people away into Babylon. But in the first year of the Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same king Cyrus made a decree to build this house of God. And the vessel also of the gold and silver of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and brought them into the temple of Babylon. Those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered unto one whose name was Sheshbazzar, whom he had made governor, and said unto him, take these vessels, go, carry them into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be built in his place. Then came the same Sheshbazzar, and laid the foundation of the house of God which is in Jerusalem. And since that time even until now hath it been in building, and yet it is not finished. Now therefore, if it seem good to the king, let there be search made in the king's treasure house, which is there at at Babylon, where it be so that a decree was made of Cyrus the king to build this house of God at Jerusalem, and let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter.
So they just gave him a little history and like, hey, look, go check your archives. Go look and see if what we're telling you is true or not. Go read it and see if Cyrus actually gave us permission to do this. And that's what he ended up having to do. Let's go to the Apocrypha. Let's go to First Esdras chapter 4 and verses 43 through 47. So if you want to, read more about it, you could go and read the book of First and Second Esdras. You'll get a lot more history in regards to the rebuilding of the temple. Esdras and Ezra are the same person. You'll be reading the same history, but just a little bit added onto it. Go ahead, though.
The book of First Ezra, chapter 4 and verse 43. It says, Then said he unto the king, Remember thy vow, which thou hast vowed to build Jerusalem in the day when thou camest to thy kingdom, and to send away all the vessels that were taken away out of Jerusalem, which Cyrus set apart, when he vowed to destroy Babylon, and to send them again thither. Thou also hast vowed to build up the temple which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldees.
So it wasn't just the Babylonians alone that burned the temple. See, now we're finding out that the Edomites was there helping them out, and that's part of the reason why in Obadiah, which we're going to get to in a second. I don't want to jump the gun, but you read about in Obadiah is the reason why the Edomites are going to get eradicated off the earth because of what they did. They helped in our destruction. Go ahead and read, though.
And now, O Lord, the King, this is that which I require, and which I desired of thee, and this is the princely liberty proceeding from thyself. I desire therefore that thou may make good the vow, the performance whereof with thine own mouth thou hast vowed the King of heaven. Then Darius the king stood up and kissed him, and wrote letters from him unto all the treasurers and
Lieutenants.
lieutenants and captains, and governors, that they should safely convey on their way both him and all those that go up with him to build Jerusalem.
So if you don't know what's going on here, you got to go read First Esdras chapter 4, where Zerubbabel, he was one of the bodyguards of the king. He and two other men, they got into kind of a little bit of a spat about who or what was strongest, in the kingdom, or just strongest period. And what happened was that the king said that whoever came up with the best answer, or who was shown to be the wisest, or had the most understanding, he would get special privilege. And so what happened was that Zerubbabel was the one that won the contest. He was given the special privilege, and what he did was he reminded the king that, hey, you said that whoever won gets this, and this, and gets to ask whatever it is they want. And reminded him about the vow of the rebuilding of the temple. And so at this point, Darius had no choice but to say, you know what, I did give my word. Hey, let's do it. So you go and read that history. Go and read the book of First Esdras and the Apocrypha, chapters 1, 2, 3, and so on, and read Second Esdras also. You'll get a lot more history. But let's talk a little bit real quick about the Edomites and what they did, because in verse 45, First Esdras 4 and 45, he makes it clear. It says, thou also hast vowed to build up the temple which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldees. The Chaldees are the Babylonians. All right. Let's go to Psalms 137 and 7.
The book of Psalms.
There's a few different places in the scriptures that explains that yes, Edom had a hand in what happened with us back in Babylon.
Right. The book of Psalms, chapter 137 and verse 7. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of...
No, just verse 7. So remember, the Edomites. How can you put it? Who remembers the trying to use an analogy? The old movie Breaking. Actually, it was the second one, Breaking Two. The movie Breaking back in the the 80s when they had the break dancing with
Hmm.
Turbo and Ozone. So in the second movie, remember they were trying to put on a show so that they could save their community center. And while they were sending the tractors to go and tear it down, the well, they were the opposite group. What were they called? Electro Rock. The other, the ones that were, their counterparts, the ones that they were, at odds with, the other breakdancing crew, were standing there going, do it, tear it down, tear it down. So it's kind of the same thing that the Edomites did when the Babylonians went in and to tear up Jerusalem and to burn it down and everything. The Edomites was right there praising them, like do it, do it, do it, cheering them on, and even helped them. All right, so just I know it's a silly analogy, but that's the first thing that popped into my head was that old movie. But you can see that the Edomites were there at that point in time, and this is partly why they've got to be taken out. Go to Obadiah 1 and 10 through 13.
The book of Obadiah, uh, verse 10. Verse 10. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever.
Read the verse 13.
In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his force, and foreign for foreigners
Foreigners.
foreigners enter into his gates and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou was as one of them. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger, neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction, neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress.
That's what we were
That
just reading about in Psalms 137 and 7. They were saying, raise it, raise it. They were chanting and cheering them on. Go ahead.
thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yeah, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity.
All right. So the Edomites had a hand in what happened to Jerusalem. All right. Um, so we're going to go back and continue on with a little bit more um, with the rebuilding of the temple. There's a lot to read, so just be patient with us. But again, we got to read it because in order for you to really understand the history behind the temples and how they were built, how they were destroyed and rebuilt, and so on, and brings us to where we are today with the rebuilding of His people. So we're going to go to Nehemiah chapter 3. I'll read this. I'll give you a little bit of a break.
Okay.
So we're going to be reading the whole chapter of chapter 3, Nehemiah 3, in verse 1. It says, Then Eliashib, the high priest, rose up with his brethren the priests, and they builded the sheep gate. They sanctified it and set up the doors of it, even unto the tower of Mia. They sanctified it unto the tower of Hananeel. And next unto him builded the men of Jericho, and next to them builded Zakur the son of Imri. But the fish gate did the sons of Hasanaah build, who also laid the beams thereof, and set up the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars thereof. And next unto them repaired Meremoth, the son of Uriah, the son of Koz. And next unto them repaired Meshullam, the son of Berechiah, the son of Meshezabeel. And next unto them repaired Zadok, the son of Baana. And next unto them the Tekoites repaired, but their nobles put not their necks to the work of their Lord. Verse 6, moreover, the old gate repaired Jehoiada, the son of Paseah, and Meshullam, the son of Besodeiah. They laid the beams thereof and set up the doors thereof, and the locks thereof, and the bars thereof. And next unto them repaired Melatiah the Gibeonite, and Jadon the Meronothite, the men of Gibeon and the Mizpah, unto the throne of the governor on this side of the river. Next unto him repaired Uziel, the son of Harhaiah of the goldsmiths. Next unto him also repaired Hananiah, the son of one of the apothecaries. And they fortified Jerusalem unto the broad wall. And next unto them repaired Raphiah, the son of Hur, the ruler of the half part of Jerusalem. And next unto them repaired Jedaiah, the son of Heramoth, even over against his house. And next unto him repaired Hattush, the son of Habshaniah. Verse 11. Malchiah, the son of Harim, and Hashub, the son of Pahath Moab, repaired the other piece in the tower of the furnaces. And next unto him repaired Shallum, the son of Helahash, the ruler of the half part of Jerusalem, he and his daughters. The valley gate repaired Hanun and the inhabitants of the Noah. They built it and set up the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars thereof, and 1,000 cubits on the wall into the dung gate. But the dung gate repaired Malchiah, the son of Rechab, the ruler of part of Beth-Resarim. He built it and set up the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars thereof. Verse 15, but the gate of the fountain repaired Shallun, the son of Kolhozah, the ruler of part of Mizpah. He built it and covered it and set up the doors thereof, the locks thereof, and the bars thereof, and the wall of the pool of Siloah by the king's garden, and unto the stairs that go down from the city of David. After him repaired Nehemiah, the son of Azbuk, the ruler of the half part of Bethzor, unto the place over against the sepulchres of David, and to the pool that was made, and unto the house of the mighty. After him repaired the Levites, Rehum, the son of Bani. Next unto him repaired Hashabiah, the ruler of the half part of Keilah in his part. After him repaired their brethren, Bavai, the son of Henadad, the ruler of the half part of Keilah. And next to him repaired Ezer, the son of Jeshua, the ruler of Mizpah, another piece over against the going up to the armory at the turning of the wall. Verse 20, after him Baruch, the son of Zabai, earnestly repaired the other piece, from the turning of the wall unto the door of the house of Eliashib, the high priest. After him repaired Meremoth, the son of Uriah, the son of Koz, another piece, from the door of the house of Eliashib, even to the end of the house of Eliashib. And after him repaired the priests, the men of the plain. After him repaired Benjamin and Hashub over against their house. After him repaired Azariah, the house of Maaseiah, the son of Ananiah, by his house. After him repaired Binnui, the son of Henadad, another piece from the house of Azariah unto the turning of the wall, even unto the corner. Palau, the son of Uzai, over against the turning of the wall, and the tower which lieth out from the king's high house that was by the court of the prison. After him, Pedaiah, the son of Parosh. Verse 26, moreover, the Nethinims dwelt in Ophel unto the place over against the water gate toward the east, and the tower that lieth out. After them, the Tekoites repaired another piece over against the great tower that lieth out, even unto the wall of Ophel. From above, the horse gate repaired the priests, every one over against his house. After them repaired Zadok, the son of Emir, over against his house. After him repaired also Shemaiah, the son of Shechaniah, the keeper of the east gate. After him repaired Hananiah, the son of Shelemiah, and Hanan, the sixth son of Zeleph, another piece. After him repaired Meshullam, the son of Berechiah, over against his chamber. After him repaired Malchiah, the goldsmith's son, unto the place of the Nethinims, and of the merchants over against the gate Mifkad, and to the going up of the corner. And between the going up of the corner unto the sheep gate repaired the goldsmiths and the merchants. So what this is doing is basically just giving you a rundown of the names of some of the forefathers that helped in the building and what part of the temple that they worked on. All right, let's go to Nehemiah 4 and 1 through 23. And I'll have you read that one.
Nehemiah 4, 1 to 3.
1 through 23.
23. The book of Nehemiah, chapter 4 and verse 1. But it came to pass that when Sanballat heard that we built the wall, he was wroth and took great indignation and mocked the Jews. And he spake before his brethren and the army of Samaria and said, what do these feeble Jews? Will they fortify themselves? Will they sacrifice? Will they make an end in a day? Will they review the stones out of the heaps of the rubbish which are burned? Now Tobiah the Amorite was by him, and he said, even that which they build, if a fox go up, he shall even break down their stone wall. Hear, O our God, for we are despised, and turn their reproach upon their own head, and give them for a prey in the land of captivity. And cover not their iniquity, and let not their sin be blotted out from before thee, for they have provoked thee to anger before the builders. So build we the wall, and all the wall was joined together unto the half thereof, for the people had a mind to work. But it came to pass that when Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabians and the Ammonites and the Ashdodites heard that the wall of Jerusalem were made up, and that the breaches began to be stopped, then they were very wroth.
So wroth means they were very angry. They were mad when they saw, these other nations, the Arabians, the Ammonites, or the Japanese today. These other nations saw that, the walls were being built up. They got mad. Go ahead.
And consider all of them together to come.
Read that again.
And conspired all of them together to come and to fight against Jerusalem and to hinder it.
Nevertheless, so they conspired together, and the same thing is happening today. These other nations, these Christians and all these other denominations and stuff like that, other religions, are conspiring right now on how they could come against the Israelites. Go ahead.
Nevertheless, we made our prayer unto our God, and set a watch against them day and night because of them. And Judah said, the strength of the bearers of burdens is decayed, and there is much rubbish, so that we are not able to build the wall. And our adversary said, they shall not know, neither see, till we come in the midst among them, and slay them, and cause the work to cease.
So they got to the point to where they're like, you know what, we're going to kill them. Anything they had to do in order to stop the work, they were willing to go to the point of killing our people. And this is going to be the same thing is going to happen. In order to hinder the growth of the Israelite movement, they're going to resort to the point, just like these nations did back then, of killing the prophets, killing the men of the Lord out there teaching on the streets. And it's prophesied that it will happen. Go ahead.
And it came to pass that when the Jews which dwelt by them came, they said unto us 10 times, from all places whence ye shall return unto us, they will be upon you. Therefore said I, in the lower place behind the wall, and on the higher place, I even set the people after their families with their swords, their spears, and their bows. And I looked and rose up and said unto the nobles and to the rulers and to the rest of the people, be not ye afraid of them. Remember the Lord, which is great and terrible, and fight for your brethren, your sons and your daughters, your wives and your houses.
So he set them up. They were building the wall, and at the same time, they had their weapons in their hands. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, when our enemies heard that it was known unto us, and God had brought their counsels to naught, that we returned all of us to the wall, every one unto his work. And it came to pass from that time forth that the half of my servants brought in the work, and the other half of them held both the spear, the shield, and the bows, and the habergeons, and the rulers were behind all the house of Judah, they which build on the wall, and they that bear burdens, with those that led, every one with one of his hands brought in the work, and with the other hand held a weapon.
So while they're working, they got their hand tools in one hand working, and in their other hand, they're holding their swords, they're holding their weapons of war, just in case these other nations come up and try and fight against them again. Go ahead.
For the builders, every one had his sword girded by his side, and so built. And he that sounded the trumpet was by me. And I said unto the noble, and to the ruler, and to the rest of the people, the work is great and large, and we are separated upon the wall, one far from another. In what place therefore ye hear the sound of the trumpet, resort ye thither unto us. Our God shall fight for us. So we labor in the work, and half of them held the spears from the rising of the morning till the stars appear. Likewise, at the same time said I unto the people, let everyone with his servant lodge within Jerusalem, that in the night they may be a guard to us, and labor on the day. So neither I, nor my brethren, nor my servant, nor the men of the guard which followed me, none of us put off our clothes, saving that every one put them off for washing.
So they basically didn't take their clothes off. They kept on the same the same clothes as they were building. They didn't want to take any chances at all. All right. Um, let's go to Sirach 49 and 11 through 12. So basically, what we're going to show you here is that Zerubbabel and Josedek were very instrumental in the rebuilding of Solomon's temple. Zerubbabel is the same one we just read about in First Esdras 4 that was instrumental in getting Darius to allow them to rebuild in the first place. Go ahead.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 49 and verse 11. How shall we magnify Zerubbabel? Even he was as a signet on the right hand. So was Jesus, the son of Josedek, who in their time built a house and set up an holy temple to the Lord, which was prepared for everlasting glory.
So Zerubbabel and Josedek, they were very instrumental in the rebuilding of the temple. All right. Let's go to First Esdras chapter 20. I mean, not chapter 20, chapter 2. There isn't 20 First Esdras. And we're going to read verses 1 through 30. I'll read this one. First Esdras chapter 2, verse 1. In the first year of Cyrus, king of the Persians, that the word of the Lord might be accomplished, that he had promised by the mouth of Jeremy. So Jeremy is Jeremiah. The Lord raised up the spirit of Cyrus, the king of the Persians, and he made proclamation through all his kingdom and also by writing, saying, Thus saith Cyrus, king of the Persians, the Lord of Israel, the Most High Lord, had made me king of the whole world, and commanded me to build him an house at Jerusalem in Jewry. Verse 5. If therefore there be any of you that are of his people, let the Lord, even his Lord, be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, that is in Judea, and build the house of the Lord of Israel. For he is the Lord that dwelleth in Jerusalem. Whosoever then dwell in the places about, let them help him. Those, I say, that are his neighbors, with gold and with silver, with gifts, with horses and with cattle, and other things which have been set forth by vow for the temple of the Lord at Jerusalem. Then the chief of the families of Judea And of the tribe of Benjamin stood up the priests also, and the Levites, and all they whose mind the Lord had moved to go up and to build an house for the Lord at Jerusalem. And they that dwelt round about them, and helped them in all things with silver and gold, with horses and cattle, and with very many free gifts of a great number, whose minds were stirred up hereto, or thereto. Verse 10. King Cyrus also brought forth the holy vessels which Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem, and had set up in his temple of idols. Now, when Cyrus, king of the Persians, had brought them forth, he delivered them to Mithridates, his treasure. And by him they were delivered to Sennacherib, the governor of Judea. And this was the number of them: 1,000 golden cups, and 1,000 of silver, censers of silver 29, vials of gold 30, and of silver 2,410, and 1,000 other vessels. So all the vessels of gold and of silver which were carried away were 5,469. These were brought back by Sennacherib, together with them of the captivity from Babylon to Jerusalem. But in the time of Artaxerxes, king of the Persians, Belimus and Mithridates and Tibelius and Rathumus and Beeltuthamus and Semelius the secretary, with others that were in commission with them, dwelling in Samaria and other places, wrote unto him against them that dwelt in Judea and Jerusalem, these letters following. So we're just reading another, account of Esdras. Esdras is the same person. It's Ezra from the Old Testament. Verse 17 says, to King Artaxerxes, our Lord, thy servants, Rathumus, the story writer, and Semelius, the scribe, and the rest of their council, and the judges that are in Celesyria and Phoenice. Be it now known to the Lord King that the Jews that are up from you to us, being come into Jerusalem, that rebellious and wicked city, to build the marketplaces and repair the walls of it, and to lay the foundation of the temple. Now, if this city and the walls thereof be made up again, they will not only refuse to give tribute, but also rebel against kings. And for as much as the things pertaining to the temple are now in hand, we think it meet not to neglect such a matter. So we think it'll be good for you not to neglect this matter. It's important. Verse 21, but to speak unto our Lord the King, to the intent that if it be thy pleasure, it may be sought out in the books of thy fathers. And thou shalt find in the chronicles what is written concerning these things, and shalt understand that this city was rebellious, troubling both kings and cities, and that the Jews were rebellious and raised always wars therein, for the which cause even this city was made desolate. Wherefore, now we do declare unto thee, O Lord the King, that if this city be built again, and the walls thereof set up anew, thou shalt from henceforth have no passage into Celesyria and Phoenice. Then the king wrote back again to Rathumus, the story writer, to Beeltuthamus, to Semelius, the scribe, and to the rest that were in commission, and dwellers in Samaria and Syria and Phoenice after this manner. Verse 26, I have read the epistle which ye have sent unto me. Therefore I commanded to make diligent search, and it had been found that this city was from the beginning practicing against kings, and the men therein were given to rebellion and war, and that mighty kings and fierce were in Jerusalem, who reigned and exacted tributes in Celesyria and Phoenice. Now therefore I have commanded to hinder those men from building the city, and heed to be taken that there be no more done in it, and that those wicked workers proceed no further to the annoyance of kings. Then King Artaxerxes, his letters being read, Rathumus and Semelius the scribe, and the rest that were in commission with them, removing in haste toward Jerusalem with a troop of horsemen and a multitude of people in battle array, began to hinder the builders, and the building of the temple in Jerusalem ceased until the second year of the reign of Darius, king of the Persians. So we just wanted to go through and read the other version of it that's in the Apocrypha in the book of First Esdras. All right. It's basically the same as we read in Ezra. Let's go to First Esdras chapter 7 and verses 3 through 5.
Second Esdras.
No, First Esdras.
First Esdras. The book of First Esdras, chapter 7 and verse 3. It says, and so the holy work prepared when Agag prospered. And so the holy work prospered when Agagaius and Zacharias the prophet pro, prophesied. And they finished these things by the commandment of the Lord God of Israel, and with the consent of Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And thus was the holy house finished in the 23 day of the month Adar, in the 6th year of Darius, king of Persia.
All right.
And
No, just to verse 5.
okay.
So verse 4, it says, and they finished these things by the commandment of the Lord God of Israel, because you, even in especially in the Christian churches, they give all the glory to Cyrus. That Cyrus, gave the commandment for them to build. It was Cyrus. No, it was the Most High commandment for this to be done. He's the one that put it on Cyrus's spirit in order for that to happen. It was the Lord that was in control of the whole thing. It wasn't, just Cyrus on his own free goodwill that decided that he was going to allow us to rebuild this. That's not what happened. So let me read that again. And they finished these things by the commandment of the Lord God of Israel, and with the consent of Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, kings of Persia. And thus was the holy house finished in the 23rd day of the month Adar, in the 6th year of Darius, king of the Persians. So you can see that again, they're using these Babylonian names for the days for the months, for the names of the months, like the month Adar. You know what I mean? It goes back again to the calendar. Don't want to get into it, right now, but still seeing some of our brothers out here arguing and fighting over the new moon. It's stupid. You know what I mean? They're arguing and fighting over the full moon, the dark moon, the crescent moon, and all of this. And it doesn't matter which one you follow. I'm going to say it again. If you follow the dark moon, you have to add the 2nd month of Adar, which is a 13th month. If you're following the crescent moon, you got to add the 2nd month of Adar, which is the 13th month. If you're following the full moon, you've got to add the 2nd month of Adar, which is a 13th month to the year, which is unbiblical. There's nowhere where we were told to add a 13th month to the calendar. Just to put it out there again. Again, some of our brothers have got to go back and relook at these doctrines that they're teaching and where they came from. I'll just leave it at that. So the temple was completed. We just read about it. The temple was completed. And give you the timeline. The reconstruction was completed in 515 BC. So write that down also. 515 BC was it completed. So remember at the beginning when we started reading about Solomon's temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. That happened in 586 BC. And then all of the in between that happened that we just read about, to the point to where it was finally finished, which happened in 515 BC. All right. Let's move on now. So now the temple has been completed. And now what we're going to read about is the defiling of the 2nd temple. The 1st temple was built by Solomon. The Babylonians came and destroyed it and burned it down. After they were released from captivity, Cyrus gave the first proclamation. Then it was Darius, and then Artaxerxes, who were instrumental in leading the charge for the building was Zerubbabel and Josedek. and I'm sorry, it's not Joseph. Joseph was the father. It was Joshua, Yeshua, or Jesus, as you could also read too. He was another person. There was more than one person named Jesus that's named in the Bible.
Right.
People got to understand that too. All right, so now we're going to get into, now that the second temple has been constructed, it was completed. Now we're going to read about the second temple being defiled. There was a prophecy that was made, that this was going to happen. All right, so write this down. Antiochus Epiphanes, he defiles the temple between 175 to 164 BC. So you want to write these this history down. Write down these what do you call them? These dates. Write them down. All right. The Maccabees revolt and the temple dedication happened between 168 to 165 BC. So when the Maccabees revolted, um, and reclaimed the temple, rededicated the temple, which we get the Feast of Dedication from. All of that happened between 168 to 165 BC. All right. So we're going to start with Daniel 8 and 15 through 27, and we're going to read about these prophecies. All right. Oh, I forgot to change some of these, huh? First Esdras. Then we went to First Ezra 7 and 3 through 5. And now we're at Daniel 8 and 15.
The book of Daniel, chapter 8 and verse 15. And it came to pass, when I, Daniel, had seen the vision and sought for the meaning, then behold, there stood before me as the appearance of a man, and I heard a man's voice between the bark of
Banks,
between the banks of Ulai,
Ulai.
Ulai, which called and said, Gabriel, make this man to understand the vision. So he came near where I stood, and when he came, I was afraid and fell upon my face. But he said unto me, Understand, O son of man, for at the time of the end shall be the vision. Now as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep, on my face towards the ground. But he touched me and set me upright. And he said, Behold, I will make thee known what shall be in the last end of the indignation. For at that time appointed the end shall be. The ram which thou sawest having two horns are the kings of Media and Persia. And the rough goat is the king of Gracia, and the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. Now that being broken, whereas four stood up, hold on. Now that being broken, where four stood up for it, for kingdom shall stand up out of the nation, but not in his power. And in the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up.
So he's given a prophecy about the rising up of the kingdom of Greece with their kings. All right. And what would happen when they take power? Go ahead and read.
And his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand. And the vision of the evening and the morning which was told is true. Wherefore, shut thou up the vision, for it shall be for many days. And I, Daniel, fainted and was sick certain days. Afterward, I rose up and did the king's business, and I was astonished at the vision, but none understood it.
All right. So let's go to First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 1 through 10. I'll read this one. So the book of First Maccabees chapter 1 and 1 through 10. So this is now that prophecy that Daniel saw coming to pass. It's coming to fruition now when you read the book of First Maccabees. Maccabees, um, I mean, not Maccabees, but Daniel saw the vision that this kingdom was going to rise up and that its kings were going to exert, great power over, over all kingdoms, basically. So this is what we're reading about here in First Maccabees. It says, and it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Kittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece. So remember, it was the Babylonians were in power. Then the Persians and Medes came and conquered them, and they took power. All right, with the different kings that we read about. We read about Cyrus, we read about Darius, we read about Artaxerxes. So these different kings that came out of the kingdom of the Persians and Medes. So now you're reading about the next kingdom that came up after the Persians and Medes, which were the kingdom of Greece, which were Edomites. So it's saying, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece, and made many wars and won many strongholds and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted and his heart was lifted up. So this is talking about Alexander, which America, they call him Alexander the Great, as most people would know him by when he came to power. All right. Verse 4 says, and he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries and nations and kings who became tributaries unto him. And after these things he fell sick and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. So Alexander reigned 12 years and then died. And his servants bare rule, everyone in his place. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been an hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. So this is talking about when Artaxerxes, Antiochus, getting them mixed up. When Antiochus Epiphanes came into power. All right. We're going to go to verses 41 through 64. I'll have you read that part. So first Maccabees 1 and 41 through 64.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 41. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws. So all the heathen agree according to the commandment of the king. Yeah, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrifice unto idols and profane the Sabbaths.
Same thing that's happening today under the kingdom of the Edomites. Our people are continuing to follow after the traditions of the other nations, consenting to, the lies of America that, we've got freedom. You're free to do whatever you want. You're an American, what have you, and are sacrificing unto their idols and profaning the Sabbath day. The same thing is going on today. How many of our people right now on the Sabbath are out buying and selling? They're out right now, at some, function, um, cooking, eating, doing everything against what the scriptures tells us to do. History repeating itself. Go ahead, though.
For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land, and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days,
So they were profaning the temple. Go ahead.
and polluted the sanctuary and holy people, set up altars and groves and chapels of idols, and sacrificed swine flesh and unclean beasts. That they should also leave their children uncircumcised and make their soul abominable, I can't say that, abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation, to the end they might forget the law and change all the ordinances.
So, all in all, the end game was for the Israelites to forget the law and to change all the ordinances. The end game here in America is exactly the same because they're the same people. They're the same people that took our people into captivity. The truth is the truth. Not here to say that, we got to hate the so-called white man because of what they did to us. We brought it on ourselves. We need to deal with ourselves first. They're doing the same thing now. What's the end game? For the children of God, the Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, to forget the laws of God. For you to do what? To forget the law of God. And how are they doing that? By changing the ordinances. They're changing some of the laws. Like I mentioned earlier, America says you can marry a man and man, a woman and woman. The Bible says no. America says it's no big deal for a man to lay down with a man, a woman to lay down with a woman. The Bible says no. America says it's okay to be promiscuous. You could be a girlfriend or a boyfriend. The Bible says no, that it's husband and wife. America pushes violence in its media. The Most High tells us not to be violent. The Bible tells us to be at peace with all men. But America, Esau's kingdom, is at enmity with almost everybody. They push their agenda onto almost every nation. That's why they've got, what do you call them? Military bases set up all over the world, pushing their influence everywhere through social media, the internet, TV, radio. American influence is everywhere. What's the end goal again? For the people of the Lord to forget the law. Be like us. We're all one. Don't you hear the same thing? We're all one people. We're all the same. We're one nation under God. You're an American. I'm an American. It's the same jargon that they used back then. The same tricks. You heard that saying before. They're up to their old tricks. That's what it is. They haven't changed, and our people are still falling for it. All right, go ahead and read on.
And whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, he said he should die. In the self same manner wrote he to his whole kingdom, and appointed overseers over all the people, commanding the cities of Judah to sacrifice city by city.
So you can see, it was, you're going to do, if you're not going to do what we tell you to do, then you know what, we'll just kill you. The time is going to come again where we're going to see the same thing happen to the Israelites again. But like I mentioned earlier, why would you want to speed up the process by doing foolish stuff like we saw in the video of making Esau get down on their hands and knees and kiss your boots? for it to get put on the news where all of their people, not just average everyday Joe Blow, is gonna see it. But do you really think that all of these senators and congressmen, governors, um, mayors of cities, their leaders of police departments, fire departments, paramedics, and all that, you really think they're not going to see this stuff? You're starting to hear some of the stories of in the paramedics community that they're already coming together and like, you know what, if we come upon, black people, we ain't gonna help them. Stories like that are coming out, that these paramedics, they'll roll up to a situation, they see it's a black person, they're gonna do very little to help them. They're going to put you in the back of that ambulance and drive to the hospital and basically let you die right there on the gurney on the way to the hospital. You haven't noticed there's somewhat of a increase of these things happening. People are, situations are happening, but more and more people are so-called dying on the way to the hospital. Right. Where before there was a lot more saving going on. They made it to they were able to get them to the hospital. They got them in the hospital room. They were able to perform surgery, and they're going to be all right. Not that much anymore. People may say, "Oh, it's conspiracy." It's like, go read it for yourself. These things are happening. All right. Where are you at?
Verse 52.
All right, go ahead and read on.
Then many of the people were gathered unto them, to wit, every one that forsook the law, and so they committed evils in the land.
Isn't that happening in America? A lot of our people consented to go along with America's policies. They have forsaken the law. And so now what are our people in the midst of? In the midst of committing all kinds of evils in the land of America. Our people are just off the wall with the ignorance and foolishness that they're doing in America. America has really messed our people's minds up. Go ahead.
53. And drove the Israelites into secret places, even wheresoever they could flee for succor.
So the same thing again. At some point, which we should have continued kind of doing, is keeping it on the down low. Wake our people up. But just, just some of our people just don't get it. They relish in that. Oh, we was on the news. We made the news. You making the news may be good for your ego, but for the Israelites as a whole, it's not good for our people. It's not a good thing. Because now we're going to have to be forced to go into, secretly trying to spread this truth a lot sooner than what we want to. Go ahead.
Now, the 15th day of the month, Caslu, in the 140 and 50 year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar and built altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side, and burnt incense at the doors of their house and in the streets. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law which they found, they burnt them with fire. And wheresoever was found with any and
whosoever
wheresoever was found with many the book of the testament.
So whosoever was found with any the book of the testament.
And whosoever was found with any the book of the testament, or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put him to death. Thus did they by their authority unto the Israelites every month, to as many as were found in the cities. Now the 25th day of the month they did sacrifice upon the idol altar which was upon the altar of God. At which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised. And they hanged the inhabitants about their necks, and rifled their houses, and slew them that had circumcised them. Howbeit many Israelites were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing. Wherefore they chose rather to die, that they might not be defiled with meat, and that they might not be profane the holy covenant. So then they died, and there was very great wrath upon Israel.
All right, so let's go to First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 7 through 12.
The book of First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 7. He said, Woe is me! Wherefore was I born to see this misery of my people, and of the holy city, and to dwell there, when it was delivered into the hand of the enemy, and the sanctuary into the hand of strangers. Her temple is become as a man without glory. Her glorious vessels are carried away into captivity. Her infants are slain in the streets. Her young men with the sword of the enemy. What nation had not had a part in her kingdom, and gotten of her spoils? All her ordinances are taken away. Of a free woman she is become a bond slave. And behold, our sanctuary, even our beauty and our glory, is laid waste, and the Gentiles have profaned it.
So the Gentiles profaned the sanctuary. They basically, went in. They were having, like orgies in the temple, sacrificing swine's flesh, in other words, pig, all in the temple, and on the altars and stuff like that. They were, desecrating the temple. Let's go to Second Maccabees 4 and 1 through 18.
The book of Second Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 1. This Simon now, of whom we spake afore, have been betrayers of the money and of his country, slander Onias as if he had terrified Heliodorus, and been the worker of these evils. Thus was he bold to call him a traitor that had deserved well of the city, and tenders his own nation, and was so zealous of the law. But when their hatred went so far that by one of Simon's factition murder were committed. Onias, seeing the danger of this contention, and that Polonius, as being the governor nor of Seleucerian and Phoenice, did rage and increase Simon's malice. He went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but seeking the good of all, both public and private. For he saw that it was impossible that the state should continue quiet, and Simon leave his folly, unless the king did look thereunto. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus called Epiphanes took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be high priest, promising unto the king by intercession 360 talents of silver, and of another revenue 80 talents. Besides this, he promised to assign 150 more if he might have a license to and set up a place of exercise and for the training up of the youth in the fashion of the heathen, and to write them of Jerusalem by the name of Antiochian, which when the king had granted and he had gotten into his hand the rule, he forthwith brought his own nation to the Grecian fashion, and the royal privilege granted a special favor to the Jews by the name of the John, the father of Epolemius, who went ambassador to Rome for enmity and aid. He took away in putting down the governments which were according to the law. He brought up new custom against the law, for he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat. Now such was the height of Greek fashion and increase of heathenish manners through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, that ungodly wretched and no high priest, that the priests had no courage to serve any more at the altar, but despising the temple and neglecting the sacrifices, hasten to be partakers of the unlawful allowance in the place of exercise after the game of discus, then forth, not setting by the honors of their fathers, but linking the glory of the Grecian.
It says, not setting by the honors of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all.
By reason whereof sore calamities came upon them, for they had them to be their enemies and avengers, whose customs they followed so earnestly, and unto whom they desired to be like in all things. For it is not a light thing to do wickedly against the law of God, but the time following shall declare these things. Now, when the game that was used every 5th year was kept at Tyrus, the king being present.
All right. So what we're seeing here is, again, our people leaving our customs, wanting to follow after the customs of the heathen, of the other nations. And it never goes well for our people. But you see, and this is how you know that these are the same people. Think of America right now. How, you know, there are gyms almost on every corner in America now. You cannot drive through a city without seeing 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different gyms. Look on YouTube and see all the videos. You know what I mean? Everything is about lust of the flesh. Everybody's about self, being in the gym, working out, trying to tone up their muscles, trying to look good. That's what America is about. And where did we get this from? Our people. We following, you know, the ways of the other nations, wanting to be like them, dress like them, act like them. All about sports. Football, basketball, baseball, soccer. It's never ending. Everything in America is built upon sports. The high schools, the middle schools, even now the little leagues. It's all about sports. It's all about winning. It's all about competition. Unfortunately, in a lot of the inner city neighborhoods, you know, sports are pushed because they say sports builds character. They don't say nothing about God, but sports builds character. You gotta ask yourself, does it really? You go to school, you gotta take PE class. PE class, physical ed, is pushed from the time you're in elementary school. Nothing's changed. These are the same people. And they're still pushing the same agenda, pushing their customs onto our. Now they've got the blueprint because they've read it from their forefathers in the Bible. Their forefathers left them the blueprint. You want to be able to control them? Make them have fun. Give them sports. Give them something to do. Keep them preoccupied. Make them feel left out to the point to where now they're going to be begging you in order to join up with you. It wasn't by coincidence that they wouldn't let our people into boxing. They wouldn't let our people into football. They wouldn't let our people into basketball and baseball. It was done by design, and our people are too. Just like a couple of weeks ago, our people were foolishly, blindly relishing in the fact that we had two so-called black football quarterbacks playing against each other in the Super Bowl for the first time a couple of weeks ago when the Super Bowl came around. That's all you kept hearing about in the news. Kept having to turn the news channels. Shaking my head, man, our people are stupid. Oh, this is the greatest thing. Two brothers, two blacks, playing quarterback in a game together in the Super Bowl. Oh, man. What our people is looking at as a step forward, they're looking at us shaking their head going, you dumb niggas. You're doing exactly what we wanted you to do. We kept you out for a time until you begged us to play. Now you're doing exactly what we wanted you to do. You're out there making us a lot of money. Run, nigga, run. Throw, nigga, throw. Catch, nigga, catch. And in the meantime, you get any thoughts in your head of becoming rebellious or becoming a revolutionary, we're going to shut you down. That's what it's come down to. And our people are too dumb to open their eyes and see it. I guarantee you it was a lot of our people that sat and watched that game on that Sunday and spent 4 hours watching it, watching Rihanna, do the Super Bowl halftime show. All of it. It's all just to keep our people entertained and forgetting about being a revolutionary. It's taking the revolutionary spirit out of you. But our people will partake in it. And I know I used to watch the Super Bowl every year. I used to watch football. I used to go to the games. I played back in the day. When I look back on it, I wish I never would have put them cleats on. Wish I never would have put them pads on. Out there running around on the field for Massa. Massa getting all up in your face, calling you names, cursing you out, if you made a mistake at practice, or you know what I mean? And people want to try and get mad. And when in Colin Kaepernick's movie that they made, or the documentary they made, that he told the truth, that the football Columbine is akin to what they did back in slavery. Let's check them out. How strong are they? How much work can they do? But our people won't open their eyes to see it. But these are the things that was going on, and we defiled the temple, the physical temple of the Lord. All right. Let's go to First Maccabees, or actually, I'm sorry. Second Maccabees. We just finished Second Maccabees 4 and 1 through 18, right?
Right.
And then you went 41 through 51.
Just finished at 18. We didn't go to 41 yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. We did second Maccabees. First Maccabees 1 and 1 through 10. 2 and 7 through 12. Second Maccabees 4 and 1 through 18. Yeah, let's go to First Maccabees 4 and 41 through 51. That's what's throwing me off. All right. Because we just did second Maccabees 4 and 1 through 18, and I'm seeing the 4 and the 41 through 51. And it's not making sense to me because I'm like, wait a minute, second Maccabees? Like, no, but it's actually first Maccabees 4 and 41 through 51.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse 41. It says, Then Judas appointed certain men of fight against those that were in the fortress until he had cleansed the sanctuary. So he chose priests of blameless conversation, such as had pleasure in the law, who clean the sanctuary and bear out the defiled stones into an unclean place. And as they consulted what to do with the altar of burnt offerings, which was profane, they thought it be best to pull it down, lest it should be a reproach to them, because the heathen had defiled it, wherefore they pull it down.
They pulled it down. So they had to pull down the altar because remember, we read earlier the heathen that went in there and defiled the temple. The altar, they were having orgies in there. They were sacrificing swine on the altar and everything like that and polluted the temple. So they had to clean it out. They had to cleanse it. Go ahead.
And laid up the stones in the mountains of the temple in a convenience place until there should come a prophet to show what should be done with them. Then they took whole stones according to the law and built a new altar according to the former, and made up the sanctuary and the things that were within the temple, and hollowed the courts. They made also new holy vessels, and into the temple they brought the candlesticks and the altar of burnt offerings and of incense and the table. And upon the altar they burned incense, and the lamps that were upon the candlesticks they lighted, that they might give light in the temple. Furthermore, they set the loaves upon the tables and spread out the veils and finished all the work which they had begun to make.
All right. So we're reading about the sanctuary being cleansed, which comes from the feast of dedication, which is called Hanukkah. After the feast had been cleansed, actually, yeah, go ahead and read on. Will read about that real quick. Read about that verses 52 through 55. Actually, 56. Actually, 57. Actually, no. Through 59. Yeah, through 59. Sorry.
All right. Now, on the 5 and 20th day of the 9th month, which is called the month of Caslu, in the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the morning, and offer sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings which they had made. Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it. Even in that was it dedicated with songs and citherns and harps and cymbals. Then all the people fell upon their face, worshiping and praising the God of heaven who had given them good success. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days and offered burnt offerings with gladness and sacrificed the sacrifices of deliverance and praise. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold and with shields, and the gates and the chambers they renewed and hanged doors upon them. Thus was the very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away. Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the day of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month Caslu, with mirth and gladness.
And so that mirth and gladness that they were keeping, that they ordained, is what we call today the Feast of Dedication or Hanukkah. That's where it came from the rededication of the temple after it had gotten desolated by by the heathen, by the Greeks, after they had polluted it and they cleansed it. All right. Um, let's go to Second Maccabees 1:18 through 36.
The book of Second Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 18. Therefore, whereas we are now purposed to keep the purification of the temple upon the 25th day of the month of Seslu, we thought it necessary to certify you thereof, that ye also might keep it as the feast of the tabernacles and of the fire, which was given us when Nehemiah offered sacrifice after that he had built the temple and the altar. For when our fathers were led into Persia, the priests that were then devout took the fire of the altar privily and hid it in a hollow place of a pit without water, where they kept it sure, so that the place was unknown to all men. Now, after many years, when it pleased God, Nehemiah, being sent from the king of Persia, did send of the properties of those priests that had hid it to the fire. But when they told us they found no fire, but thick water, then commanded he them to draw it up and to bring it. And when the sacrifices were laid on Nehemiah's command, the priest to sprinkle the wood and the things laid whereupon with the waters. When this was done, and the time came that the sun shone, which afore was hid in the clouds, there was a great fire kindled, so that every man marveled. And the priest made a prayer while as the sacrifice was consuming. I say, both the priest and all the rest. Jonathan began, and the rest answering thereunto, as Nehemiah did. And the prayer was after this manner: O Lord, Lord God, creator of all things, who art faithful and strong and righteous and merciful, and the only and gracious King, the only giver of all things, the only just, almighty, and everlasting, thou that deliverest Israel from all trouble, and didst choose the fathers and sanctified them. Receive the sacrifice for thy whole people Israel, and preserve thine own portion, and sanctify it. Gather those together that are scattered from us, deliver that serve among the heathen. Look upon them that are despised and abhorred, and let the heathen know that thou art our God. Punish them that oppress us, and with pride do us wrong. Plant thy people again in thy holy place, as Moses had spoken. And the priests sung psalms of thanksgiving. Now, when the sacrifice was consumed, Nehemiah commanded the water that was left to be poured on the great stone. When this was done, there was kindled a flame, but it was consumed by the light that shined from the altar. So when this matter was known, it was told the king of Persia that in the place where the priests that were led away had hid the fire, there appeared water, and that Nehemiah had purified the sacrifice therewith. The king, in closing the place, made it holy after he had tried the matter. And the king took many gifts and bestowed thereof on those whom he would gratify. And Nehemiah called this thing Naphtar, which is as much as to say a cleansing, but many men call it Nephi. Nephi.
Yeah, Nephi. All right, so that's just giving a little bit more of history of how um, Feast of Dedication came about in the cleansing of the temple and so on. So now that the temple had been cleansed, that was the second temple. Then what happened was that the temple was um, replaced with Herod's temple. So let me and you could, I don't know, I'm not a big proponent of Josephus, but if you want to read about a little more about Herod's temple and Herod and the Hasmonean dynasty, what am I doing? I'm going to share the screen. I was pushing invite. Can you see?
Yes.
All right. So you can see here it's talking about the rededication by the Maccabees. This is, of course, Wikipedia. And there are, other history books and stuff that you can go and read about it. Rededication by the Maccabees. Following the conquest of Judea by Alexander the Great, it became part of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt until 200 BCE, when the Seleucid king Antiochus III the Great of Syria defeated Pharaoh Ptolemy Epiphanes at the Battle of Panion. In 167 BCE, Antiochus IV Epiphanes ordered an altar to Zeus erected in the temple. He also, according to Josephus, compelled Jews to dissolve the laws of the country, to keep their infants uncircumcised, and to sacrifice swine's flesh upon the altar, against which they all opposed themselves, and the most approved among them were put to death. Following the Maccabean revolt against the Seleucid Empire, the Second Temple was rededicated and became the religious pillar of the Jewish Hasmonean kingdom, as well as culturally associated with the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah. All right. Going into the Hasmonean dynasty and the Roman conquest, as there is some evidence from archaeology that further changes to the structure of the temple and its surroundings were made during the Hasmonean rule. Salome Alexandra, the queen of the Hasmonean kingdom, appointed her elder son Hyrcanus II as the high priest of Judea. Her younger son Aristobulus II was determined to have the throne, and as soon as she died, he seized the throne. Hyrcanus, who was next in the succession, agreed to be content with being high priest. Antipater, the governor of Idumea, encouraged Hyrcanus not to give up his throne. Eventually, Hyrcanus fled to Aretas III, king of Nabateans, and returned with an army to take back the throne. He defeated Astarobulus and besieged Jerusalem. The Roman general Pompey, who was in Syria fighting against the Armenians in the Third Mithridatic War, sent his lieutenant to investigate the conflict in Judea. Both Hyrcanus and Aristobulus appealed to him for support. Pompey was not diligent in making a decision about this, which caused Aristobulus to march off. He was pursued by Pompey and surrendered, but his followers closed Jerusalem to Pompey's forces. The Romans besieged and took the city in 63 BCE. The priests continued with the religious practices inside the temple during the siege. The temple was not looted or harmed by the Romans. Pompey himself, perhaps inadvertently, went into the Holy of Holies and the next day ordered the priests to repurify the temple and resume the religious practices. Now we're getting into Herod's temple. It says reconstruction of the temple under Herod began with the massive expansion of the Temple Mount Timanus. For example, the Temple Mount complex initially measured 7 hectares, 17 acres in size, but Herod expanded it to 14.4 hectares, 36 acres, and so doubled its area. Herod's work on the temple is generally dated from 20 to 19 BCE until 12 to 11 or 10 BCE. Writer B.K. Mashu dates the work on the temple enclosure from 25 BCE and that on the temple building in 19 BCE and situates the dedication of both in November 18 BCE. Religious worship and temple rituals continued during the construction process. An agreement was made between Herod and the Jewish religious authorities. The sacrificial rituals called offerings were to be continued unabated for the entire time of construction. The temple itself would be constructed by the priests. This is the reason Herod's temple is still counted as the second. Functioning did not stop, although it was the building fulfilling the purpose. So, in reality, Herod's temple could be considered, the building of a third temple, which in reality it was, but they're saying technically because the rituals that were being done inside didn't stop, they're not considering it a third temple. All right. But you could read more, like I said, if you like reading Josephus and, and so on, and, other books that you could read about Herod's temple. The only mentioning about Herod's temple is in the book of Matthew, when Christ warned about the temple being torn down. Go to Matthew 24 and 1 through 2. Because the temple had been completed and they were, marveling at the temple itself and Go ahead.
The book of Matthew, chapter 24 and verse 1. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the building of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left there one stone upon another that shall be not thrown down.
So they were marveling at the temple, and Christ had to set them straight. Like, what are you guys thinking? You're sitting here looking at this building and admiring and, this physical, temple and building, and not understanding that there's going to come a day where this temple is not going to be here anymore. Christ was warning them about the destruction of the temple. All right. Go to verse 15 through 20, read verses 15 through 22.
The book of Matthew, chapter 24 and verse 15. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall, nor no, nor ever shall be. And except those days shall be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened.
All right. So Christ was warning them about the abomination of desolation. Now, I've heard some people try and point out, say, no, see, that's a discrepancy, because if Daniel's prophecy came true in Maccabees, then what is Christ talking about the abomination of desolation in the New Testament? That means the abomination of desolation obviously must have hadn't happened yet. So what's written in the book of Maccabees is a lie. Or they say it happened in Maccabees, and what's written in the New Testament is a lie. Because there is some, even in the Israelite community, there are some camps that don't believe in the so-called JC in the New Testament, that it's a lie. In order to understand the prophecy of Daniel, you've got to understand the history of our people. There was more than one abomination of desolation. You did have the one that happened during the time of Maccabees, and you had the one that came in 70 AD, the one that Christ warned about. There were a number of abominations that make it desolate that happened in Israel. When the Babylonians came in and desecrated the temple and destroyed the temple, that was also an abomination of desolation also. Did not the what do you call it? The city become desolate? I'll show you what I'm talking about. This was a prophecy going back to the Old Testament. Let's go to Leviticus 26. See, and that's what I'm saying. This is where reading, understanding of the scriptures, understanding of the Old Testament, understanding of the law, understanding of the prophecies about the curses that will be put upon Israel come into play. Daniel wasn't just having a vision that he came up with on his own about the abomination of desolation. The abomination of desolation goes all the way back to the prophecies of the curses that would come upon Israel for their disobedience. We're going to Leviticus 26 and we'll start at verse 27 and read through 36.
All right. The book of Leviticus.
Read through 37.
37. The book of...
Hold on. Yeah, start at 39. It's 39.
All right. The book of Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 27. And if ye will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also in fury, and I, even I, will chastise you 7 times for your sins, and ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast down your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you. And I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation, and I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. Excuse me. And I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it.
Read that part again.
And your enemies which dwell therein shall
Whole
be,
thing, verse 30, all of verse 32.
verse 32, and I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it.
So when you go back and you look at the prophecy of Daniel about the abomination of desolation, that was not just a vision that Daniel just had out of the blue. This goes all the way back to the curses of what would happen to us if we disobeyed the Most High. Let me read verse 31 again. He says, and I will make your cities waste and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation. And I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. And I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. Is that not what happened in the book of Maccabees? Our enemies came and took over our land, made it desolate, and they dwelled therein. Is that not what happened during the Babylonians? The Babylonians caused an abomination of desolation. The Greeks caused an abomination of desolation. The Romans caused an abomination of desolation. It was not just something new that Daniel came up with in his vision. And that's even in the Israelite community. A lot of Israelites seem to think that the abomination was just this vision that Daniel had. That it's like, no, that vision goes back to this. Go ahead and continue reading.
And I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out a sword after you.
Is that
And
not
your
what happened after the Babylonians came in? Did we not get scattered among the heathen then? When the Greeks came in, did not the same thing pretty much happen again? The Romans came in, did not the same thing happen again? The Assyrian captivity for the northern kingdom, that did not happen then? It happened over and over and over again. There were a lot of abominations of desolations, abominations that make it desolate. It was not something new. Once again, it goes back to this prophecy here in Leviticus 26. Go back. Keep going. Keep reading.
and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbath as long as it lieth desolate, and ye be in your enemy's land. Even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbath. As long as it lieth desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbath when ye dwell upon it. And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their heart in the land of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when one pursue it,
When none pursue it.
with none pursue it, and they shall fall one upon another as it were before a sword when none pursue it. And ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies, and ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up.
Isn't that
And
what's going on with us now? Ever since the abomination of desolation of 70 AD and our people fled out of Jerusalem into Africa, and we dwelled among the Africans for how many years? Until we started getting rounded up by the Africans and being sold to the Europeans. And now we're here in America, and our enemies are still over there in our land. And what are we doing? Pining away in our enemies' lands. We're being eaten alive in our enemies' lands. Is that not what happened? Is what's happening right now? Read on.
and they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemy's land. And
Exactly what we're
also,
doing right now. Just like I just said. Go ahead.
right, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them.
And also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. We're living this out right now. The abomination of desolation. Again, that's why getting understanding through the precepts is key. You've got to read the book. I know people are watching this going, man, all they're doing is reading. They're just reading, man. They're just doing a bunch of reading, man. I ain't got time to listen to that. Then don't listen. What does the scripture say? He that turneth away from hearing the law of the Lord, even his prayer shall be an abomination, right? So you can turn your ears away all you want. You don't want to listen to us read? Turn the channel. Go ahead, be my guest. It's not us that you're, what's the word I'm looking for? Grab up, was it 1 Thessalonians 4:8? It's not us you're despising.
The book of 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 and verse 8. He therefore that despiseth not man, but God, who had also given unto us his Holy Spirit.
So it's not us you're despising God. You don't want to sit back and listen to the history and read and get understanding, and that's on you. Yeah, it may be boring. And it may not be the most entertaining thing that's on YouTube this morning. But we're not here to play games. We're not here to sugarcoat. We're not here to entertain you. We're not here to ask for your money, because the people that are entertaining you, the ones that are getting thousands of views, are asking for your cash. Those are the ones that got their Cash App on the screen, asking for money. You hear some people say, well, you don't see no Cash App. You don't see no, what do you call it? PayPal up on our screen. Like, why are you sitting there lying? Because then you turn around and say, join this club, join that club, join, sign up for this, sign up for that, buy this t-shirt, buy that t-shirt, buy that sweatshirt, buy the new CD, buy that. Send in your donations. We're not here to do none of that. We're going to give you the truth out of the scriptures. We don't have to trick anybody. We're not here to pull anybody's arms, pull the wool over your eyes. We're going to read it right from the scriptures, and we're giving you the history. We're reading it. All right. So now we've gone through all that history. Now, the temple of God. The temple of God. What is it? Know ye not that ye are the temple of God? That's the name of this lesson, right? Grab Acts chapter 7 and 48 through 49.
The book of Acts chapter 7 and verse 48. Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophets. Heaven is my throne, and earth is my footstool. What house will ye build me, saith the Lord, or what is the place of my rest?
So there was a temple built. Before the temple, there was the tent of meeting that was erected, that we read about before. The congregation during that time when we were in the wilderness, they built the tabernacle. After the tabernacle, after years and years and years of being in that tabernacle, finally, when Solomon became king, he built the first temple. His father David was the one that had wanted to build it, but the Most High said, as we went through the history, the Most High said, no, you got too much blood on your hands. I'm going to let your son build it. So Solomon built the temple. And then we read about Nebuchadnezzar when the Babylonians came in and took over. And they burned the temple down along with the Edomites. They destroyed it. And then we read about Cyrus, giving the proclamation through the Spirit of the Most High to allow Israel to rebuild the temple, which was the rebuilding of the second temple, which was oversaw mainly by who? Zerubbabel and Joshua. All right. And then once the second temple was built, it was completed, it was dedicated. Then what happened? Then we had the Greeks that came in and defiled the temple. Then we had what? The cleansing of the temple during the time of the Maccabees, the Maccabean revolt. The temple was cleansed, and we had the dedication of the not the rebuilding, but the cleansing of the temple, which became the Feast of Dedication, or what's called Hanukkah. And from that, we had the Herod's temple, which replaced the second temple. Herod had it rebuilt, basically like a remodeling, and expanded it. And, but Herod was not an Israelite. Herod was a heathen. So after Herod rebuilt the temple, we read about Christ giving the warning about the other abomination of desolation, which came to pass in 70 AD when the Romans came in and destroyed Jerusalem again, and destroyed the temple again. And there has not been a temple in Israel since then, except for the fake temple that they're talking about building at this time in the last days, because they claim that the prophecy says that the third temple would be built. That's not going to happen until after Christ comes back, when there's a new Jerusalem. Until then, the temple that's being built is not an actual physical temple. Read Acts 7:48 one more time. Just 48.
The book of Acts, chapter 7:48. Howbeit, the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophets.
The Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands. Go to Acts 17:24.
The book of Acts, chapter 17 and verse 24. God that made the world and all things therein, seeing that he is Lord of heaven and earth, dwelleth not in temples made with hands.
So number one, this God that it's talking about in Acts 17:24 is talking about Christ. God that made the world and all things therein, seeing that he is Lord of heaven and earth, dwelleth not in temples made with hands. So if that's the case, what are they talking about over there? See, that lets you know that they have no clue what this Bible is talking about. They're over there actually trying to build a temple.
Right.
Not having, and we showed that last week, last Sabbath at the beginning of the lesson, when we started the first part, that they're over there trying to build a third temple, when we're reading here in the book of Acts, and two different places in the book of Acts, where we're being told that the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands. So what is this talking about? Let's go to Zechariah 6:10-14.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 6 and verse 10. Take of them of the captivity, even Heldiah of Tobiah and Jedediah, which are come from Babylon, and come thou the same day, and go into the house of Josiah, the son of Zephaniah. Then take silver and gold, and make crowns, and set them upon the head of Joshua, the son of Josedek, the high priest, and speak unto him, saying, Thus speaketh the Lord of hosts, saying, Behold, the man whose name is the branch, and he shall grow up out of the place, and he shall out of his place, and he shall build the temple of the Lord.
So it's saying in verse 12, it says, and speak unto him, saying, thus speaketh the Lord of hosts, saying, behold, the man whose name is the branch, and he shall grow up out of his place, and he shall build the temple of the Lord. So what is this? Is the prophecy of Christ building the temple. Read on.
Even he shall build the temple of the Lord, and he shall bear the glory, and shall sit and rule upon his throne, and he shall be a priest upon his throne, and the council of peace shall be between them both, and the crown shall be to Helem, and to Tobiah, and to Jediah, and to the son of Zephaniah, for a memorial in the temple of the Lord. And they,
So just right there, verse 14. So the prophecy is that there was going to come someone whose name is the branch that was going to build the temple of the Lord. So through some of these prophecies, you've got them over there in Jerusalem right now trying to build a temple. Well, they're not going to try. They're going to do it. They've already started construction. All right. Let's go to Jeremiah 23 and 5 through 6.
the book of Jeremiah, chapter 23 and verse 5. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will raise up David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In this day Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely. And this is the name where he shall be called, the Lord our right in righteousness.
So it says, in his days, Judah shall be saved and Israel shall dwell safely. And this is his name, whereby he shall be called the Lord our righteousness. So unto David, a righteous branch. So this is talking about Christ again. Christ is the branch. He is that righteous branch. Let's go to the book of 2 Samuel chapter 7 and verses 12 through 17.
The book of 2 Samuel, chapter 7 and verse 12. And when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build an house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. If he commit iniquity, I will chastise him with the rod of men, and with the stripes of the children of men. But my mercy shall not depart away from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away before thee. And thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever. According to all these words and according to all these visions, so did Nathan speak unto David.
All right. So David was told that this person would build a house for his name. On one hand, it's talking about Solomon, but you got to have eyes to see and ears to hear in order to understand that this is also talking about Christ. Some people don't get it. It goes over their head. And it goes even deeper than that. That really goes over people's heads. People can't see it. What is it saying? People don't get it. Christ was Solomon. If you got ears to hear, you got eyes to see it. Christians can't see it. Christians don't understand regeneration in the scriptures. They don't, it's like something that's so far-fetched to them that they just don't get it. That Christ came down in the form of man on several occasions in the scriptures, not just one. Go back to verse 13. It says, he shall build an house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. Did Solomon's kingdom last forever? It didn't, because it got split. And then eventually, both the northern kingdom and southern kingdoms went into captivity. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. If he commit iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men and with the stripes of the children of men. Did Solomon sin? Yes, he did. Did he get punished for it? Nope. He didn't get punished for it until what? When did that punishment happen? Remember, Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. Solomon got caught up in all kinds of idolatry by following his wives into what? Into idolatry. Didn't Adam do the same thing? Didn't Adam follow his wife into idolatry also? I'm giving you hints. You know what I mean? Giving you some hints. Who got chastised with the rod of men and the stripes of men before he got put up on the cross? Just a little bit of something for you to marinate on. This was talking about Christ. Why did those things have to happen to him? One, he came and died for his people, died for our sins, but at the same time, he also died for the sins that he committed when he was here as Solomon. And some of the other times that's why he had to be perfect this time. He had to be. Some people don't get it. They're speaking blasphemy. They're saying that the Bible says that Christ was perfect. He was. He had to be. Because when he had Cain before, he messed up. He came down as Solomon and he messed up. He was Adam. He messed up. But that, again, that goes over people's heads. They don't get it because they've been taught in Christianity for so long that they have, they can't even fathom it. Again, as Christ would say, if you got ears to hear, you got eyes to see. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 8 and verse 13 through 15. Let's continue getting some of these prophecies about this branch that's supposed to come and build this temple.
The book of Isaiah chapter 8 and verse 13. Sanctify the Lord of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. And he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of stumbling, and for a rock of offense, to both the house of Israel, for a gin, and for a snare, to the inhabitants of Jerusalem.
So it actually says a stone of stumbling and for a rock of offense to both the houses of Israel. So to the northern kingdom and southern kingdom. Go ahead.
And many among them shall stumble and fall, and be broken, and be snared, and be taken.
So many of the northern kingdom, many of the southern kingdom are going to stumble. They're going to fall. They're going to be broken. They're going to be snared, and they're going to be taken. But that's what this righteous branch was going to come to do. He was going to be a stone of stumbling. He was going to be a rock of offense to both houses of Israel. Let's go to Isaiah 28 and 16.
The book of Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 16. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believeth shall not make haste.
So what did he lay in Zion? A foundation stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. What exactly is he talking about as far as a cornerstone? When you start to build, they lay what's the first thing that gets done when they're building? They lay the foundation. Back then, they didn't have, big concrete pours like we got today, where you can lay out the wood, get the wood set up, where they go and lay the concrete down. And once the foundation is laid, then they move the wood out of the way. They didn't have none of that. They have the big old concrete truck pull up and start pouring the concrete in there. They didn't have that back then. So they had to lay it down stone by stone. And that first cornerstone set the mark for all the rest of the foundation. If that stone was on a part of ground that was what do you call it, wasn't level, then the whole rest of the foundation would be messed up. So that first stone was very important in building, in masonry, and in building. So, and that's what Christ is for the house of Israel. He's that chief cornerstone. If you got ears to hear. All right, let's go to Psalms 118 and 22.
The book of Psalms, chapter 118 and verse 22. The stone which the builders refuse is become the headstone of the corner.
So the stone which the builders refuse become the headstone of the corner. Christ is that head cornerstone. And who are the builders that refused? Remember the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the scribes, and the lawyers, all the elders at that time in Jerusalem that refused what? They refused to believe in him. They refused him. They refused to listen to him. Weren't they the builders at that time? They were the ones that were supposed to be building up God's people. Just like today, the Israelites that are waking up, we are the builders. We are the ones out there that are tasked with the job of waking up Israel to build up this temple. And there are some of our brothers today that are no different than the Pharisees of old, the Sadducees of old, the scribes and the lawyers of old, that are full of hypocrisy, that are full of hatred and envy and jealousy, that are full of debate, that are full of murder. And I'm not talking about physical murder. I'm talking about the hatred they have for each other and for their fellow brothers in the truth. Some of them unknowingly are refusing Christ. And some knowingly. There are some openly that refuse Christ. They don't believe in JC. They only believe in the Old Testament. Some of them believe that it's King David that's supposed to be coming back as the Messiah, which is foolish. But you have some, and they've got congregations with a lot of people, and they are teaching their congregation that it's King David himself the Lord is sending back to save us. I don't get it. Like, how could, you read the prophecy and read the scriptures and really put it in your mind and think that it's King David that's coming back? It's crazy. Let's go to Matthew 21 and 42.
The book of Matthew, chapter 21 and verse 42. Jesus said unto them, Did ye never read in the scriptures, the stone which the builders reject, the same has become the head of the corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes.
You see, when Christ was saying this back then, some of them didn't understand what he was talking about. Even today, some of our people have no idea what Christ was talking about at that time. Let's go to Acts 4 and 11 because it's throughout the scripture saying the same thing. Acts 4 and 11.
The book of Acts, chapter 4 and verse 11. This is the stone which was set at naught of your builders, which has become the head of the corner.
So it's saying the same thing. We read it in the Old Testament. It's saying it over and over in the New Testament. Romans 9 and 33.
The book of Romans, chapter 9 and verse 33. As it is written, behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling stone and rock of offense, and whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed.
So Romans 9 and 33 is quoting Isaiah 28 and 16. So it's saying the same thing we read about in the Old Testament carries on in the New Testament. This prophecy about the coming Messiah, this rock of offense, or this branch becoming a stumbling stone and a rock of offense to who? You see in the Romans 9 and 33, it says, as it is written, behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling stone and rock of offense, and whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed. And the Christian churches go to church and they read Romans 9 and 33, and they got the congregation saying, see, whosoever, not realizing they got to go back to Isaiah that it's quoting and read that he's going to become a stumbling stone and a rock of offense to who? To both the houses of Israel, not to anyone. So in Romans 9 and 33, when it says whosoever believeth, it's talking about whosoever of the northern kingdom or whosoever of the southern kingdoms of Israel that believeth on him shall not be ashamed. But they don't get that because they won't go back and read the Old Testament. They've been bamboozled into believing that this is talking about anybody. Let's go to Matthew 16, 18.
The book of Matthew, chapter 16 and verse 18. And I say also unto thee that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give unto...
Just 16, 18.
All right.
So, and upon this rock I will build my church. Let me read that again. And I say also unto thee that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. You see, a Christian in their thinking, they're thinking a physical rock. They're thinking, okay, he's right here on this rock, this land, and he's going to build his church, and they're thinking about a temple, physical temple. You got the Jehovah's Witnesses thinking it's talking about their church. You've got the Iglesia Ni Cristo church out of the Philippines thinking that it's their church. You've got Joseph Smith and the Mormon church believing that it's talking about their church. You got Ellen G. White and the Seventh-day Adventists thinking that it's talking about their church. You've got the Catholic Church thinking it's talking about them. It's crazy how many churches are out there thinking that Matthew 16, 18 is talking about them. It's crazy. Let's go to John 1 and 41 through 42.
The book of John, chapter 1 and verse 41. It says, he first findeth his own brother Simon, and saith unto him, we have found the Messiah, which is being interpreted the Christ. And he brought him to Jesus. And when Jesus beheld him, he said, thou art Simon, the son of Jonah. Thou shalt be called Cephas, which is by interpretation a stone.
Which is by interpretation a stone. Why is he being called a stone? Because upon that rock, the church is going to be built. That foundation is being laid by what? The chief cornerstone, which is the same person, which is the rock. The rock and the chief cornerstone are one and the same. And coming behind the rock or the chief cornerstone is who? Peter, who is a what? He's a stone. He's another stone that's being added to the foundation. And then the other 12 apostles. Then later on, you've got Paul. And then later on, you've got all the other Bartholomew and Barnabas later, and in Acts, and some of the other ones that come. Timotheus. All of these stones being put together to lay what? A foundation. Peter was just, Christ was the first. He's the cornerstone. And now here's Peter, a stone. What rock is he talking about building his church upon? Go to Deuteronomy 32 and 3-4. Who is the rock?
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 3. Because I will publish the name of the Lord. Ascribe ye greatness unto our God.
Ascribe ye greatness unto our God.
He is the rock. His work is perfect, for all his ways are judgment, a God of truth, and without iniquity. Just and right is he.
So who is the rock? Because it's saying that in capital letters, Lord. Some people mistakenly think that just because it's a capital letter that is talking about the Father. Ascribe ye greatness unto our God. He is the rock. His work is perfect, for all his ways are judgment, a God of truth, and without iniquity, just and right is he. So who is this talking about? That's why you got to have ears to hear. You got to have eyes to see. You've got to read. You know what? Read on. Read through verse 6.
Verse 5. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Do ye thus requite the Lord, O foolish people, and unwise? Is not he thy father that had bought thee? Had he not made thee and established thee?
And we went through this like a few weeks ago, didn't we? Where we, show that people say Christ is not our Father. And this is clearly telling you that Christ is our Father. Christ is the God that it's talking about. Our God, he is the rock. The same person in verse 6 that is calling our Father is the same person in verse 4 it called the rock. The same person in verse 3 it called Lord and our God. Wake up, people. Stop letting these leaders fool you. Who is the rock? Go to 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verses 1-4. Scriptures, that's why you got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. Go ahead and read.
The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 1. Moreover, brethren, I will not that ye should be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea, and did all eat the same spiritual meat, and did all drink the same spiritual drink. For they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ.
That rock was Christ. Plain and simple, plain as day. But you want to know what's going to happen? There's going to be some of our brothers that will watch this video and will say, man, them brothers is bugging. They bugging out, man. They bugging out. They're talking about Christ as the Father. And laugh and think it's funny, because you know how Israel does. They think stuff like this is funny because somebody's not going with the norm that people teach. Yes, we know that Christ has a Father. His Father, which is up in heaven, which is our Father, which in technicality would be our grandfather. But what is Christ? Christ is our Father. It's going to go over people's heads. And people are going to mock. People are going to try and make fun. They're going to, oh man, them brothers is bugging out. Turn off the video.
Yeah.
Turn away from the live feed, because all they've been being told in their camp is that Christ is not our Father. Christ ain't the Father. Christ is not God. I still see people in chats arguing and saying, Christ is not God. Christ is not God. Christ is not the Father. And I just shake my head going, how wrong you are. And whoever taught you that in your camp, how wrong they are. Because the scriptures are clear that Christ is God and Christ is our Father. It is what it is. Christ is that chief cornerstone. Peter became that next stone to lay the foundation. And who comes next? Let's find. Let's go to 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 4 through 5.
The book of 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 4. To whom coming as unto a living stone, disallowed indeed of men, but chosen of God and precious, ye also as lively stones are built up a spiritual house and holy priesthood, to offer up spiritual sacrifice acceptable to God by Jesus Christ.
Ye also as lively stones are built up a spiritual house. The temple that Christ came to build, the spiritual house, the congregation, is a people, his people, the children of Israel. And every one of us are lively stones. To do what? We are what? Built up a spiritual house. We are a holy priesthood. And what is our job? To offer up spiritual sacrifices acceptable to God by Jesus Christ. Some of our brothers don't even understand what those spiritual sacrifices are. You still have brothers out there on the Passover going out there and slitting a lamb's throat and sacrificing a lamb on the Passover. Still trying to do animal sacrifice, basically. The minds of some of our leaders in Israel are very carnal and gonna end up getting a lot of our people into trouble when Christ comes back, because they want to go along to get along and think, when some of this foolishness comes out in their camps, they just sit back and go along with it. Christ ain't God. And you heard me say it before. That's how that whole thing started. Going to the churches and blasting the churches, because you went and blasted a church and the pastor asked you one simple question: is Christ God? And you couldn't answer the question, when the answer should have just been yes. Y-E-S, plain and simple. Yes, let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. And then when they were made to look foolish, let pride get the best of them. And then it was like, you're going to go out, we're going to blast these churches. You did all that, but you still haven't answered the question: is Christ God? You see, all that doesn't mean anything if you can't answer one fundamental question: is Christ God? And if you continue to say that Christ is not God, you are denying the Son. And when you deny the Son, you deny the Father. whether you realize that or not. But let's go to 1 Peter chapter 2 and verses 6 through 10. Further proving that this temple that Christ came to build was not a physical temple.
The book of 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 6. Wherefore also it is contained in the scripture, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded. Unto you therefore which believe he is precious, but unto them which disobedient, the stone which the builders disallowed, the same is made the head of the corner, and a stone of stumbling, and a rock of offense, even to them which stumble at the word,
Well,
being
read that again, because that's powerful right here. You got to read that clear. Read it again.
Verse 8, and a stone of stumbling, and a rock of offense, even to them which stumble at the word.
Even to them which stumble at the word. Some of you are still stumbling over the fact that Christ is God. You're stumbling over the fact that Christ is our Father. You're stumbling over the fact that you don't even understand commandment number 5, when it says, honor thy father and thy mother. But yet our people are out here arguing over the full moon and the dark moon and the crescent moon, over which moon is the correct new moon. You're arguing over that, and you don't even understand this. Stumbling at the word. Read on.
Being disobedient.
Being what?
Disobedient.
Being disobedient. That's why you still have some of our so-called leaders in Israel still hanging out at clubs, still going to strip clubs, still out running around chasing after women that are in the truth and women that aren't even in the truth. Some of our brothers still running around with that lustful spirit about them. Because why? Because they're still stumbling at the word, being disobedient. Read on.
Whereunto also they were appointed.
Whereunto also they were appointed. Some of you were appointed to the positions that you're in right now and don't even understand why. All you say is the Lord's working with me. The Lord's working with us. The Lord's working with our camp. You've got the home of the truth. You've got the 100% truth. You've got what's the other one? If you leave here and go to another camp, you're still blotted out.
Right.
You had the God sent comforter, Lord's will. You know, I pray that the brother was able to repent before he met his demise. I pray he was able to. But on the other hand, we know that, you know, there's that one sin that you cannot get repentance for. So, you know, that is what it is with that. But you have all these leaders out here in Israel that don't understand that the position that they're in, yeah, they were appointed to it, but not for the reasons that they think. Because some of the doctrines that they're teaching go so much against what the word is teaching that they're showing that they're stumbling at the word. That rock of offense was sent to be a rock of offense to them, to be a stone of stumbling for them. Read on, verse 9.
But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who had called you out of darkness into his marvelous light.
Unfortunately, some of you are being kept in darkness, and you're keeping your congregations in darkness. Go ahead.
which in time past were not a people, but are now the people of God, which had not obtained mercy, but now have obtained mercy.
Especially they of what? The northern kingdom, who this is talking about. Let's go to Ephesians 2 and 19 through 22. Did I hold on. Actually, before, let's go to Isaiah 28 and 16. Because it's talking about that rock of offense again.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 28 and verse 16. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation, a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believeth shall not make haste.
He that believeth shall not make haste. Going back to 1 Peter 2 and 6, it says, Wherefore also it is contained in the scripture, Behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded. What does it mean to believe? Sirach 32 and 24. What does it actually mean to believe? Because believe is an action word. You got to have action behind it. People say, I believe in the Lord. I believe in God. I believe. I'm a believer. But are you really?
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 32 and verse 24. He that believeth in the Lord taketh heed to the commandments, and he that trusteth in him shall fare never the worse.
So he that believeth in the Lord taketh heed to the commandments. If you're not doing the commandments, you're not showing the Lord that you believe in him. You're not keeping the commandments, especially commandment 3, denying Christ is God and denying Christ is the Father. Wow. All I can say is wow. Let's go to Ephesians 2 and 19 through 22 now.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 2 and verse 19. Now therefore, ye are no more strangers and foreigners, but fellow citizens with the saints and of the household of God, and are built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets, Jesus Christ himself being the chief cornerstone.
So, verse 20 again, and are built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets. That's why I said Christ is the chief cornerstone. Next came in line from him, the next stone was Peter, and so on through the succession, through each apostle and the prophets, and are built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets, Jesus Christ himself being the chief cornerstone. Read on.
In whom all the building filthy
Fitly.
fitly framed together groweth unto an holy temple in the Lord, in whom ye also are builded together for inhabitation of God through the Spirit.
In whom ye also are builded together for an habitation of God through the Spirit. The temple is spiritual. It's a people. Christ being the chief cornerstone, built in the apostles and the prophets, the rest of the foundation. That's who we're supposed to be built upon. And that's what we're supposed to be building upon. That foundation, that solid foundation of Christ, the apostles, the prophets. Isn't that what he just said in 20? In whom ye also are builded together for an habitation of God through the Spirit. We've got to continue building. We don't have time to be playing foolish games. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verses 14 through 17.
The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 14. If any man
Three. I'm
work
sorry. 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
3 and 4 through 17.
Verse 4. For while one saith, I am of Apollos, and another, I am of Apollo. Hold on, I'm going to read it again. For while one saith, I am of Paul, and another, I am of Apollos, are ye not carnal? Who then is Paul, and who is Apollos? But ministers by whom ye believe, even as the Lord gave to every man. I have planted Apollo water, but God gave the increase.
Well, let's read verse 6 again because you cut out as you said it.
I have planted Apollo's water, but God gave the increase. So then neither is he that planted anything, neither he that watereth, but God that giveth the increase. Now he that planted and he that watereth are one, and every man shall receive his own reward according to his own labor. For we are laborers together with God. Ye are God's husbandry, ye are God's building.
Ye are God's husbandry, ye are God's building. The building is a people. The temple of God is a people. The Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, says, for we are laborers together with God. Ye are God's husbandry. Ye are God's building. Read on.
According to the grace of God, which is given unto me as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation, and another buildeth thereon. But let every man take heed how he buildeth thereupon.
Listen to what he's saying because this is heavy. What Paul is saying here, but let every man take heed how he buildeth thereupon. Because a lot of you are not taking heed how you're building on that foundation. You're just out there being reckless. You're pouring concrete everywhere, spilling it over here, spilling it over there, not taking heed as to how you're building. Read on.
For other foundations can no man lay than that is laid, which is Jesus Christ.
Some of you are laying your foundation upon your camp leader. Your camp leader is your sure foundation, your chief cornerstone. Some of you worship your camp leaders more than Christ, and you don't even realize it. You don't even see it. Your camp leaders have become your idols. They become your gods. That's what he's talking about. For while one saith, I am of Paul, and another, I am of Apollos, are ye not carnal? Some of you are out here camp banging. I'm from ABC. You from DEF. I'm from GHI. I'm with such and such leader. Well, I'm with so-and-so. Well, I roll with so-and-so. Man, your leader ain't nothing. Man, your leader ain't nothing. No, are we not seeing arguments like that going on in the streets? Dumb arguments about whose leader is this and whose leader is that. Are ye not carnal? It's crazy. It's sad. But verse 11 again, for other foundation can no man lay than that is laid, which is Jesus Christ. And some of you are trying to do it and don't even understand that you're doing it. That you're putting more emphasis on your camp leaders than you do Christ. Your foundation is your camp and your camp leader. You're standing on the wrong foundation, or you're building upon the wrong foundation in a lot of cases. Go ahead and read though.
Now, if any man build up on this foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's word shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire, and the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is.
The fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. That fire is going to be those trials, those tribulations that you, your camp, your group, your congregation, you yourself as an individual are going to go through. And it's going to show, it's going to be revealed what kind of work you've been doing. Have you been keeping the commandments or have you not been keeping the commandments? If you've been keeping the commandments, you're not going to have to worry about that fire. If you haven't been keeping the commandments, you better watch out because you're going to become stubble. You're going to get burnt. You're going to be crispy. Go ahead and read.
If any man's work abide which he had built thereupon, he shall receive a reward.
He shall receive a reward. It's going right into what I just said. Go ahead.
If any man's work shall be burned, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you?
Read that again.
Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you?
Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? Didn't we just do a lesson recently about the mystery of Christ dwelling within us? Didn't we just do that lesson not too long ago?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are.
If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. You see, some people think that that's just talking about you standing, somebody smoking cigarettes and, oh, don't you know you're the temple of God, brother? You know you're not supposed to destroy your temple? That goes way beyond that. Way beyond that. If any man defile the temple of God, how do you defile the temple of God? Some of you have no clue that you're defiling the temple of God every single day. Grab Mark 7. What is it? Mark 7:21. How do you defile the temple of God?
The book of Mark, chapter 7 and verse 21. For from within, out of the heart of men proceed evil thoughts.
Proceed
Adultery,
what?
proceed evil thoughts.
Proceed evil thoughts. Read.
Adulteries,
Uh-huh.
fornications,
Uh-huh.
murders,
Uh-huh.
thefts, covetousness,
Read on.
wickedness,
Mm-hmm.
deceit,
Uh-huh.
lasciviousness,
Uh-huh.
and evil eye,
And evil eye. Keep going.
blasphemy,
Uh-huh.
pride,
Yep.
foolishness.
Pride and foolishness. Read.
All these things, all these evils. I mean, hold on. All these evil things come from within and defile the man.
Read that again.
All these evil things come from within and defile the man.
Read it a third time.
All these evil things come from within and defile the man.
Got to read it over and over again because this doesn't seem to sink in to the leadership of Israel. That they have no idea that when this says, if any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. How do you defile your temple? Read that list again.
For from within, out of the heart of men proceed evil thoughts.
Out of your mind proceeds evil thoughts. All those evil thoughts you have in your head defiles your temple. It's not just talking about the brother that you be seeing out there on the corner smoking weed, the brother that comes up to the camp with the beer in his hand, because that's as far as the knowledge of what the temple of God is to some of our people. Brother, you defiling your temple. It's like, brother, you defiling your temple. What are you talking? You're trying to get on him for smoking weed when you're sitting up here with the evil eye in your eye towards your own brother.
Mm-hmm.
You're sitting over here lusting after the women in your congregation. It's crazy. But read that list again.
I proceed evil thoughts, adulteries,
Adulteries. A lot of you brothers there in your congregations commit adultery, defiling your temple. Read.
fornications,
Committing fornication, defiling your temple. Read.
murderers,
Being murderers. You don't have to actually just sit there and shoot somebody or stab somebody to be a murderer. Just that hatred you have in your heart for your brother is making you a murderer. Hold what you got and go. What is that? Is it First Corinthians 2:15? Or is it First John 2:15? Look up both. It's one or the other.
2:15. But he that is
Or
spiritual.
Or is it 3:15? He that hated his brother is a murderer.
That's 2:15 on.
Yes, First John 3:15.
Not Peter, John, right? First John chapter 3 and verse 15. Whosoever hateth his brother is a murderer, and ye know that no murderer hath eternal life abiding in him.
So you just hating your brother makes you a murderer already. You don't have to be found standing over him with a knife in your hands after you just stabbed him, or a gun in your hand after you just shot him to be considered a murderer. Just those wicked, evil thoughts that you have about your brother that are of hatred makes you a murderer already. And that defiles your temple, brother. While you stand out there on the corner blasting the brother walking by with the cigarette in his hand. Brother, don't you know you're defiling your temple? Read on, let's go back and read the rest of that list.
The next one is thefts.
Thefts. Some of you brothers are stealing from the congregation, begging for money from your congregation all the time, knowing that the majority of the people in your congregation are not making that much money. The majority of the people in your congregation are desolate. They're you know what I mean? Poverty stricken. And you're begging for money from them. Hearing the stories of people just to be able to go to a Passover, not paying their light bills, their water bills, their gas bills. And while they're out at Passover having a good time because they had to buy plane tickets for not only just themselves and their wives, but for their kids. Not only buying plane tickets, but renting hotel rooms. Not just renting the hotel rooms, but buying the garments. And not just buying the garments, but you charging them $200, $300, $400, $500 just to go to the Passover. So this is accumulating to thousands of dollars of you charging people just to go to the Passover. That's theft. Cash App, PayPal. Every time you teach a lesson. Oh, and not to mention, oh, if you want that, you got to sign up for our Bible whatever class.
Right.
That's theft, brother. That's defiling your temple, brother. Go ahead and read on.
Covetousness.
Covetousness is going into the same thing. You're covetous. That's defiling your temple, brother. Read.
Wickedness.
Wickedness. There's all kind of wickedness going on in Israel. How many of these brothers you see putting out these videos? Oh man, I can't stand them brothers. I hate them brothers. I wish death on them brothers. Can't stand them niggas. You're defiling your temple, brother. Read.
Deceit.
Deceit. How much deceit is going on in Israel? A bunch of liars in Israel. Liars. You're defiling your temple, brother. Don't sit there and act like you didn't know that somebody put out the word to secretly record people, brother. And then turn around and lie. Oh, we didn't say that. We ain't never put out no order to secretly record people. That makes you a liar, brother. And you're defiling your temple, brother. Go ahead.
Lasciviousness.
Lasciviousness, defiling your temple, brother. All those wicked, evil, sexual thoughts that you have in your head. Go ahead.
An evil eye.
An evil lie. Sometimes when you watch people teach on the streets in these videos, the brother's sitting there teaching, you see the brother standing next to him, side-eyeing him. Like, you see that all the time. Brother sitting up at the tables teaching, and the brother at the table next to him is sitting there looking at him side-eye like.
Right.
The evil eye. Defiling your temple, brother. Read.
Blasphemy.
A lot of blasphemy going on in Israel. Defiling your temple. Go ahead.
Pride.
A lot of pride in Israel. Defiling your temple. Go ahead.
Foolishness.
A lot of foolishness. And remember, the scriptures say even the thought of foolishness is sin. The thought of foolishness is sin. And there's a lot of foolishness going on in Israel. Defiling your temple, brothers. Read.
All these evil things come from within and defile the man.
I didn't say it. I didn't write it. Let's go back to where we were. Know ye not. 1 Corinthians 3 and 16.
The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you?
The Spirit of God should be dwelling in you. If the Spirit of God is dwelling in you, you wouldn't have any of those wicked thoughts going through your mind we just read in Mark 7. If you knew that you were the temple of God, you wouldn't have all that profanity coming out of your mouth, because you're defiling your temple, brother. Even though you want to sit there and say, there's no, show me in the Torah a law that says that we can't use profanity. Don't be simple, brother. What is being simple? Grab that. What is that? Proverbs 7 and 7. What does it mean to be simple according to the Bible?
The book of Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 7. And beheld among the simple ones, I discern among the youth as a young man void of understanding.
A young man, what?
Void of understanding.
Some of you are young men void of understanding, and you call yourselves elders in Israel. You're simple. Have no understanding of basic foundational doctrines in Israel. Go back to 1 Corinthians, go read verse 17.
1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 17. If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are.
For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. And you're constantly defiling your temple and don't even care and don't even know that you're doing it. Let's go to the book of Luke chapter 14 and verses 28 through 30.
The book of Luke chapter 14 and verse 28. For which of you, intending to blind a tower,
To build a tower.
to build a tower, sitteth not down first and counteth the cost, whether he have sufficient to finish it? Lest haply, after he hath laid the foundation and is not able to finish it, all that beheld it being to mock him,
All that behold it begin to mock him. Read.
saying, This man began to build and was not able to finish.
This man began to build and was not able to finish. See, our people think that, this is it's funny. Oh man, they closed their school down. Oh man, they closed that church down. Marveling in the fact, relishing in it. Grand opening, grand closing. How foolish could you be to take pride that one of our Israelite camps have closed down? What kind of sense does that make? We can't afford to lose any of our camps, any of our groups, any of our people out here teaching on the streets, trying to wake our people up. And you want to mock and make fun because someone had to close the doors on their school. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Where you could be calling on the phone and saying, hey, brother, you guys struggling over there. Hey, we'll all come together and help you out. Keep those doors open, man. We need that school open. We need all these schools open. But that's not what's going on in Israel. You guys are so busy out there competing with each other instead of helping each other. His school closed. It shows you the foolishness of Israel. Somebody's school is struggling. All the schools should be coming together saying, hey, you know what? We can't let that school close, man. As soon as we let that school close, our enemies are going to mock. They began to build, but they couldn't. See, you say he couldn't build and mock him, but our enemies are mocking all of us. They began to build, but they couldn't. Their schools are closing. All those Israelite schools. Because you don't know when it could be your school's turn. You have no idea. In fact, I keep wondering. I don't know what happened to them. Remember the two brothers that were always teaching. I think their channel was Search the Scriptures or something like that. The one brother was Cuban and the other one was Judite. And they would be teaching all the time, and then all of a sudden COVID hit, and I haven't seen them brothers teaching. And I keep on like, man, I pray them brothers is all right. I wonder what happened to them. Every once in a while I try and go, because I have them, so I'm subscribed to their channel, try and go to their channel and see if they put anything new out. But the rest of Israel could care less. They just disappeared. And you don't hear nobody saying, hey, you know what, let's try and check on these brothers and find out if they're all right. Did they make it through COVID? Did something happen to them? But that's too far-fetched for Israel. It's like that's above Israel to go and do. To go and check on your brothers and say, hey, you know what? I know we don't have the same doctrines, but are you guys all right? Everything okay? Your school okay? What can we do to help? But no, knowing Israel is like, oh man, them brothers, their school closed down. Better them than me. It's sad. It's heartbreaking that we could not care about each other and not love each other the way we're supposed to. It is what it is. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 10 and 18.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 10 and verse 18. By much slothfulness the building decayeth, and through idleness of the hands the house droppeth through.
Because there are a lot of our brothers in the truth that are idle. There's some that are diligent in their work. And I'll tell you, you got to commend them. They're out there, 24/7, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It seems like almost you can, see them on hours a day, 3 times a day. Sometimes it's like, man, they're on again. All right, all praises. Okay. But there are some that get slothful. And with slothfulness, he's saying the building decayeth. And you see that in Israel. Our people are in a decayed state. And how is that happening? Through idleness of hands. Some of our people know that they're Israel and won't get up and go do anything. You're an Israelite, but you won't go out and teach nobody. Won't keep no commandments. Won't put fringes on. Won't grow their beard out. Won't do anything. But then sit back and wonder why our people are in this decayed state. Always complaining about the white man doing this and the white man doing that. The white man, the white man, the white man. It's like, well, what about you? What are you doing? We know what he's about. What about you? You say you're an Israelite. What are you doing? Some people think building means the number of people you have in your congregation. We got 5,000. Ooh, we got 10,000. What good does it do you to have 5,000 people in your congregation when you have 50 people leaving every month, 100 people leaving every month? And you're constantly having to bring new people in to replace the people that are leaving. That shouldn't be happening. It's like a revolving door. People come, people go, and you think that's okay. We'll just replace you with somebody else. The Lord will bless us with even more people than what. It's sad to see how many people have left some of these congregations and are now out here doing nothing, gone right back into the world. Why? Because they had to sit back in their camp and see their leaders defiling their temples and get discouraged and be like, you know what, man, when I came into this, I thought I was coming into the truth. I thought I was coming among righteous men. And I know, because that's how I felt. That's how I thought. And as you said the same thing, when you came into the camp that you was with, you thought you were coming in around righteous men that were following what they said. We keep the commandments. And then after time, you start looking like, wait a minute. These brothers is defiling their temples. They're liars. They got no integrity. Some of them were adulterers. And the list goes on and on and on. Some of them are murderers. And the reality hits you and you're like, you know what, man? I'm out of here. All praises to the Most High. Some are strong enough to stay in the truth. They're like, you know what? I'm going to keep going. But a lot of our people are weak and go right back into the world because it was easier. Because they were in a situation where somebody was lording over them. We did a lesson not too long ago too about the leaders of Israel should not be lording over the flock. Go watch that class. Defiling the temple. Let's go to Proverbs 24 and 23 through 24.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 24 and verse 23. These things also belong to the
Proverbs 24 and Proverbs 24 and 3 through 4. I don't know how I put 24 23. It's Proverbs 24 and 3 through 4. I'm sorry.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 24 and verse 3. Through wisdom is an house builded, and by understanding it is established. And by knowledge shall the chambers be filled with all precious and pleasant riches.
So through wisdom is an house builded. Some of you think that because you got a large number of people in your congregation that you got wisdom. See, we got wisdom up in here. We got knowledge. That's why we're growing the way we're growing. Through wisdom is an house builded, and by understanding it is established. What is wisdom according to God? The fear of the Lord, that is wisdom. And to depart from evil is understanding. Some of you got no wisdom and understanding because you don't fear God and you're not departing from evil. You're defiling your temple. So your house is not being established through wisdom and understanding. Your house is being established through foolishness. But because it's prospering, you think it's being established and being built on wisdom and understanding. It says, and by knowledge shall the chambers be filled with all precious and pleasant riches. Your house is not being filled with precious and pleasant riches because of your knowledge. In a lot of cases, it's being filled with riches because you're constantly taking money and stealing money from your congregation. Because what is knowledge? Grab Malachi 2 and 7 real quick.
The book of Malachi, chapter 2 and verse 7. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they shall seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts.
For the priest's lips shall keep knowledge, and they shall seek the law at his mouth. So how can you say that you've got knowledge when there's all kind of lawlessness going on within your camp? Defiling your temple. How are you getting all that precious and pleasant riches? Again, through taking advantage of the people in your congregation. Just go to Sirach 22 and 1 through 2. We're almost done. So I pray that it has now become clear to you what the temple of God is and what it means when the scripture says, know ye not that ye are the temple of God. Because some of you don't know. You will sit here and read the precept and have no idea what it's really talking about. Go ahead and read what you got.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 22 and verse 1. A slothful man is compared to a filthy stone, and everyone will hiss him out to his disgrace. A slothful man is compared to a filth of a dunghill. Every man that take it up will shake his hand.
So a slothful man is compared to a filthy stone, and a slothful man is compared to the filth of a dunghill. What is dung? It's the number two, a pile of it. That's what a dunghill is. So a slothful man is being compared to a pile of number two. Don't be lazy in this truth, because there are a lot of our people in this truth that are lazy. They don't want to do anything. And I mean nothing at all. Let's go to Ephesians 2 and 11 through 13.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 2 and verse 11. Wherefore remember that ye being in time past Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by that which is called the circumcision in the flesh made by hands, that at that time ye were without Christ, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel, and strangers from the covenant of promise, having no hope and without God in the world. But now in Christ Jesus, ye who sometimes were far off are made nigh by the blood of Christ.
But now in Christ Jesus, ye who sometimes were far off are made nigh, meaning close by the blood of Christ. We know this is talking about the northern kingdom, that in time past they were living as Gentiles. But in today's times, we're not in time past. The majority of our people are living as Gentiles in the flesh. And they've got a chance through the blood of Christ to get right. And our people that are in the that are aware that they're Israelites, too many of us are out here playing games, not taking this thing serious. Too busy out here arguing and fighting with Esau in the streets and ignoring your people walking by. And if you think I'm exaggerating, go watch some of the street teaching videos over the last 6 months and see how many videos you find that are up where the majority of the time the person teaching is sitting there battling and arguing back and forth with an Edomite.
Right.
Taking up precious time that they could be talking to one of our people and edifying. Let's go to Zechariah 6 and 15. Talking about those that are far off.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 6 and verse 15. And they that are far off shall come and build in the temple of the Lord. And ye shall know that the Lord of hosts hath sent me unto you. And this shall come to pass if ye will diligently obey the voice of the Lord your God.
If you will diligently obey the voice of the Lord your God. He says, and they that are far off shall come and build in the temple of the Lord. We got to concentrate more on the northern kingdom. There are some camps that are going out there dealing with the northern kingdom, but the majority of some of you don't even believe northern kingdom are our brothers. And they that are far off shall come and build in the temple of the Lord, and ye shall know that the Lord of hosts hath sent me unto you. And this shall come to pass if ye will diligently obey the voice of the Lord your God. We need to focus on bringing the northern kingdom in also. Some of you forget about northern kingdom. They'll walk by all day long and you will see camps just totally ignoring them. Quick to jump at Judah, quick to jump at Esau. But those that the scriptures are talking about that were far off, the northern kingdom that it got cut off that you read about in Hosea, you forget about them. He said that they will come and build in the temple of the Lord too. They're foundation stones just like we are. Let's go to Hebrews 3 and 6.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 3 and verse 6. But Christ, as a son over his own house, whose house are we, if we hold fast the confidence and the rejoicing of the hope firm unto the end.
He says, but Christ as a son over his own house, whose house are we? Remember, we read earlier that righteous branch was going to come and build a house. Wasn't talking about no physical house. It's talking about the rebuilding of his people. The Lord dwelleth not in temples built by hands. And some of you just don't seem to understand this and don't seem to get it. You see, you clicked off from watching the video because it was too boring. It was all too much history about the temple being built. Oh, brother, I know all that already. Some of you just didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to take the time to watch all these hours of reading so we get to the real meat and potatoes of what was really going on, to show the history of the temple being built, so that when you learn about the spiritual temple being built, your eyes could be, oh wow, okay, I get it now. I see it. There were physical temples that were built, but this temple that Christ is coming to build is not a physical temple. It's a spiritual temple. But the analogy of the temple can't be understood without you knowing about the real temples. What good would it do you to understand, okay, you are the temple of God? But what is that talking about? I'm a temple. What temple? How would you know what it's talking about if you never go and read the history of the temples being built?
Right.
Now, that's like somebody looking at a football player and saying, don't you know you're the stadium? How would they know what the stadium is talking about if they've never seen the football stadium? Does that make sense? You are the temple of the living God. You are God's house. You Israelites are the building. And it's time for us to stop defiling the Lord's house. Let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verses 14 through 18.
The book of 2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 14. Be ye not unequally yoked together with an unbeliever. For what fellowship hath righteousness without unrighteousness? And what communion hath light with darkness? And what concord hath Christ with Belial? Or what part hath he that believeth with an infidel? And what agreement hath the temple of God with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God. As God has said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Wherefore come out from among them, and be ye separate, saith the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you, and will be a father unto you, and ye shall be my sons and daughters, saith the Lord Almighty.
Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness? And what communion hath light with darkness? We are the children of light. We're not the children of darkness. We are the children of righteousness. We are the city of righteousness. So what fellowship do we of righteousness have with unrighteousness? None. We're not supposed to. Verse 15, and what concord with Christ with Belial, or what part had he that believeth with an infidel? If you're a so-called believer, what do you have in common with a non-believer, which is an infidel? Some of you are still hanging out in the streets with the old homies from the hood. Haven't changed, haven't grown. And what agreement had the temple of God with idols? Are we supposed to bring idols into the temple? And I'm talking about the physical temple. Are we supposed to bring idols up in there? You know, bring a statue of that, what's that Hindu goddess or whatever it is with the multiple arms? How would the Most High look if you brought that into the temple and sat it down in the temple and set up this idol in there? How would he feel about that? The same way he feels about you filling your mind up with all kinds of idolatry, filling your temple up with idols. See, some of you forget about the spiritual aspect of this. And what agreement had the temple of God with idols? Forget that idolatry starts in your heart, starts in your mind. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God? And what agreement hath the temple of God with idols? You should have no agreement with them. No agreement with Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, Easter, none of it. Witchcraft, sorcery, none of it. For what agreement hath the temple of God with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God. He says it again, repeating it to you again. Ye are the temple of the living God. We are God's building. Each of us a lively stone. As God had said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Again, we covered this in the other lesson that we did about the mystery of Christ dwelling within us. Wherefore, come out from among them and be ye separate, saith the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you. Because you're defiling your temple. Every time you let one of your children watch one of these little wicked cartoons on TV, you're allowing them to defile the temple of God. Every time one of these brothers or sisters watch porn, they are defiling the temple of God. Every time you allow one of these wicked, evil thoughts crawl up into your head, this hatred you have for one of your own brothers or sisters, you are defiling the temple of God. Wherefore, come out from among them and be ye separate, saith the Lord. Got to separate ourselves from the ways of the world. All of the sports, all of the what do you call it? TV shows like the American Idol. A lot of the shows that a lot of these kids are watching is all about magic and sorcery, demonology. Got to separate ourselves from it, because what are you doing? You are polluting the temple. You're defiling the temple. all the music, the video games with all the violence, the profanity, the sexual overtones and undertones in commercials. It's everywhere. We've got to separate ourselves, come out from among them. Touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you, he says. All of these things we read earlier, Mark 7:21, all these things are what enters into a man and defiles the man. You see, we covered this partly when we did our lesson on Commandment 1. Which a lot of people have not watched. He says, and will be a father unto you, and ye shall be my sons and daughters, saith the Lord Almighty. Let's go to 2 Corinthians 13 and 11.
The book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 13 and verse 11. Finally, brethren, farewell, be perfect, be of a good comfort, be of one mind, live in peace, and the God of love and peace shall be with you.
Go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
Know ye not that ye are the temple of God? There's going to be a judgment for everything that we've done. As he just said, whether it be good or whether it be evil. And with that, we're going to say shalom, most high Christ blessed. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath as usual. And we'll see you next Sabbath. Shalom.